institution. Those cost estimates range anywhere from $2,500 to over $5,000. And that will be something that we continue to pursue. And expulsion. Students need to understand that that moment of anger or this belief that somehow this is funny will result in their removal from our school district, an assignment to an alternative school or another location. So this is a call to action for all of our parents and guardians. This alone is not a school district issue. We work very closely to educate our
Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time 5:57 on the East Coast and 2:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. You are taking a live look at some of the many cameras that we have across the country. This is over in Washington, D.C. at the White House. As always, we will have a lot of political news coming up in the coming hours. Do want to pop up this live image as we go international. That is a live look over northern Israel over at the Lebanon border. Do want to start off with Nate Foy at Fox News breaking down a little bit more about the latest conflict between Israel and Hezbollah.
The enemy crossed in this operation all the rules, laws, and red lines.
A possible declaration of war. That's how Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah described back-to-back days of explosions in Lebanon. A senior U.S. official says Israel compromised the terrorist group's communication devices and detonated them remotely. Nasrallah called the attacks a severe blow to Hezbollah and promised to punish Israel. Israeli fighter jets flew over Beirut during his speech. Nasrallah also promised Hezbollah will continue firing on Israel until it reaches a ceasefire deal with Hamas. Hezbollah killed 2 IDF soldiers and injured 8 Israelis during a strike. Israel fired back, hitting a weapons storage facility in southern Lebanon. An elite division of Israeli paratroopers and commandos await their assignment not far away. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant discussed strategy with top military leaders.
This is a new phase of the war. It bears opportunities, but also significant risks.
60,000 Israelis remain evacuated from their homes in the north. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with French leaders urging diplomacy over military action.
We don't want to see any escalatory actions by any party that make that even more difficult. There is a real problem that needs to be resolved when it comes to northern Israel and southern Lebanon.
The intelligence war continues adjacent to the battlefield. This Israeli man appeared in court accused of conspiring with Iran to assassinate Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Israeli Air Force launched massive airstrikes in southern Lebanon, and as a result of that, the IDF advised residents in the north who have not evacuated from their homes to stay near shelters as they await a response from Hezbollah. In Tel Aviv, Nate Foy, Fox News.
Nate, thank you so much for that reporting right there. Now we are at 6 o'clock on the East Coast and 3 o'clock on the West Coast. You are taking a live look once again over the Israel-Lebanon border as the leader of the Hezbollah terror group says this week's unprecedented attacks involving the simultaneous explosion of electronics was a, quote, declaration of war. In a televised speech, Hassan Nasrallah called the attacks, quote, a major blow that crossed all red lines. Pagers used by Hezbollah fighters exploded near simultaneously Tuesday, and the next day the terror group's walkie-talkies also blew up. The Lebanese Health Ministry does report at least 37 people were killed in the explosions, with more than 3,000 injured. While no one has claimed responsibility for the attacks, Nasrallah says Hezbollah is certain that Israel was behind it. There's been no confirmation from the Israeli government or Israel Defense Forces of any involvement in this. As Hezbollah continues to attack Israel, 2 Israeli soldiers were killed and 9 others wounded in Hezbollah missile and drone attacks on northern Israel Thursday. A lot to discuss, as always, here, so I do want to bring in a friend of the show, Josh Haitian, a Middle East correspondent with the Jewish News Syndicate. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thanks so much, Josh.
All right, so first question here. This is one that I've talked to a lot of experts about, so I do want to get your take on this overall. This seems like a pretty sophisticated situation that did happen there with the pagers and the walkie-talkies. So how complex is this process, and does it have kind of the blueprint of Israel on it?
Yeah, as you mentioned before, Israel's not taking credit for it, but all signs indicate that this was Israeli intelligence, which, what I understand, took years to plan this type of strike. You're talking about thousands of pagers detonating simultaneously, and the very next day, thousands of walkie-talkies detonating. So this took some serious planning. I'm envisioning a room of all experts getting together on this, technology experts, military experts, Israeli government officials. Again, Israel didn't take credit, but I'm imagining a room full of these people perhaps years ago deciding how is the best way we can attack our enemy, Hezbollah. Because remember, Hezbollah is not a new enemy. They've been around for years. So I'm envisioning this meeting where all these experts get together and decide this is the best way we're going to carry out, remember, a pinpointed strike. These were pinpointed attacks. If you were not a member of Hezbollah, if you did not have one of these pagers or not one of these walkie-talkies or weren't affiliated with them, then you didn't get hurt. The Lebanese people were not the target of this attack. It was the Hezbollah terrorists, unprecedented, unbelievable, and certainly a major dent in the command level of those Hezbollah terrorists, which Nasrallah admitted yesterday.
And talking a little bit more about Nasrallah, what stood out to you about his address? That was a televised public address that took place less than 24 hours ago.
Yeah, the fact that Nasrallah admitted this was a devastating blow, I think that to me was the most surprising, or the thing that stood out the most, because usually, you know, they get on the television, these terrorist leaders, and they lie. They say, no, it wasn't a serious incident. We were barely scratched. That's usually what happens when Israel or another party takes part in these types of operations. He said that this was a devastating blow. At the same time, he also, whether he realized that he was going to do this or not, he said he was going to strike back, Hezbollah would strike back at Israel, similarly to the destructions of the temple in Jerusalem, like the first temple by the Babylonians and the second temple by the Romans. He alluded to that, which basically gives credit or actually, lets you know that those temples did exist in Jerusalem. He admitted there were temples in Jerusalem. That's something that's unprecedented. I don't think he meant to do that, but for years, they claim it's a Muslim holy site. They deny, these terrorist groups deny the Jewish history, Jewish connection to Jerusalem, and he actually unwittingly said that we are going to try to attack Israel as the Babylonians and as the Romans did thousands of years ago.
That's an interesting take because, yeah, I hadn't heard about that. And that's something that a lot of people probably didn't think about or look into. So I'm glad you were able to point that out there. Now, as far as a retaliatory attack, and I call it retaliatory even though Israel has not claimed responsibility for this, do we expect an attack by Hezbollah on Israel to be even more intense than the ones that we've seen over the past several months?
So on one hand, Israel did, if in fact we were responsible for it, did extreme damage. Right now, they are definitely, we definitely set them back. But that being said, the rockets are still being fired at Israel even today. Rockets and drones are still being launched at Israel. Last night, Israel struck about 100 targets and took out about 1,000 rocket launchers. So they are definitely preparing to strike Israel heavily. The question is, what are their capabilities now? Now that we've dealt them a serious blow, what are they able to do in the future? So on one hand, it's possible that it could take some time for them to regroup. On the other hand, they're still firing, and we could see a major escalation in the days ahead if they do have the capabilities. Let's remember, Hezbollah has over 100,000 rockets and missiles and drones aimed at the state of Israel, and I don't think that fact has changed, even with the great successes we've seen in the last 24 and 48 hours.
We have started seeing reports that Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, who was set to actually go over and visit the Middle East, specifically over in Israel next week, that he has now postponed his trip. Reading into that a little bit, do you think it's a possible indicator that the U.S. believes things could potentially escalate over the next few days or maybe week?
It's very possible. I just got an alert on my phone just several minutes ago that the communities in certain areas of northern Israel, the residents there have been instructed to stay by their shelters. I know that order came out yesterday and then was taken back. It was reissued once again. So Israel's definitely anticipating some sort of strike from Hezbollah, and perhaps the U.S. administration is afraid to send a top-level official such as Lloyd Austin to the region when things could in fact spiral out of control. I just hope that Israel takes advantage of this opportunity with all of these Hezbollah commanders wounded or dead. And I hear the numbers are actually much higher. That has not been confirmed in terms of those who were killed in the beeper attacks or the walkie-talkie attacks. So Israel really must take advantage of the situation when the coals are hot and strike Hezbollah. Again, this is a maniacal evil terror organization. They've been doing this for many, many years. It's nothing new. They took advantage of the October 7th massacre carried out by Hamas, and they started attacking Israel on October the 8th and have attacked basically every day since.
Would Hezbollah be, I'm going to use the word bold and say, would they be bold enough to attack Israel knowing that Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin or any other high-ranking U.S. official was actually there in Israel at the time?
It wouldn't surprise me, on one hand, they want to take certain precautions, but on the other hand, let's remember Hezbollah is another one of the tentacles of the octopus, which is Iran. And Iran's goal is the destruction of the state of Israel and the destruction of the Western world, especially the United States. They call Israel the little Satan. They call the United States the great Satan. So it would definitely be a pleasurable thing for them if they could do a 2-for-1, if they could strike the state of Israel and take out a major official from the United States. Of course, on the other hand, it could prove lethal to them if they did such a thing and attacked, the greatest superpower in the world, the United States. But I don't think there'd be any shedded tears if Hezbollah was able to actually kill a U.S. official. We've seen the Houthis, which is also a branch of the Iranian terror regime, another tentacle, attack U.S. troops and U.S. vessels there in also the Red Sea, the Persian Gulf area or whatnot. So I don't think they take that into a huge factor. Again, it could be a 2-for-1 for them if a major U.S. figure was here in the region.
Right now, do you think that Israel is more focused on fighting Hezbollah versus Hamas? Because, of course, nearly a year ago, we saw the October 7th attack by Hamas on Israel that launched the whole Gaza war. The focus has been there on defeating Hamas, but is the focus now kind of shifting to defeating Hezbollah?
Yeah, the war against Hamas in Gaza still continues. But that being said, we have seen troop movement. For example, the 98th Battalion there, paratroopers, commandos, and whatnot have been shifted from the south, from Gaza to the north, preparing for a potential escalation with Hezbollah. So again, the war is certainly not over against Hamas, and Israel will have to maintain a military presence for a long, long time down there to ensure that Hamas does not rearm, is not able once again to carry out similar attacks like the October 7th massacre. But practically speaking, on the ground, Israel has in fact transferred troops, high-level commandos and paratroopers to the northern border. So that's definitely the case. We're definitely preparing for some type of major escalation, an all-out war. It's kind of been this proxy war and this subtle war until now, but it could be an all-out war in the days and weeks ahead, and Israel's preparing for that scenario.
What should people be watching for right now over in the north? As you mentioned, of course, folks have been told if they haven't evacuated and they're in the north to stay near their bomb shelters, pay attention to alerts. What should people be watching out for specifically?
So number one, there are still 80,000 Israelis who are not in their homes. They've been evacuated from the communities on the actual border itself. And the Israeli government this week decided that officially one of the war goals is to return those 80,000 to their homes. And then you had the attack with the walkie-talkies and with the pagers. So again, I think Israel's goal right now is to get those people home. It's been almost a year, people living in hotels, people not living in their homes. So that is the goal. And if in fact that is the goal, you could see Israel take even more steps in order to disband the threat rather of the Hezbollah terror regime. As we are speaking right now, Israel, just 1:00 p.m. local time here in Israel, there was another set of attacks, another launch of attacks by the Israeli Air Force against Hezbollah targets. I think that will continue. The coals are hot. Now is the time to continue this operation as best as possible in order to ensure that the northern border remains quiet. If that means going into Lebanon itself and creating a buffer zone, as a lot of military experts are talking about, so be it. But Hezbollah can no longer be a threat, and those 80,000 people have to go home.
All right. Josh Haston, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break down some of the developments. They are happening quite a bit, so we appreciate you joining us here today. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Now, I would just say that, we only want safety here in the state of Israel. Our troops are fighting valiantly, both in the north and in the south. And as our prime minister said many times, Israel's actually fighting on 7 fronts. We were attacked this week. I don't know if people are aware. The Iraqis fired a missile towards the state of Israel this week, and then the Houthis did earlier in the week. So we're being attacked on 7 fronts, and Israel's doing everything in its possible to defend our citizens while minimizing civilian casualties on the other side. And I know Israel, if you go on social media, Israel gets criticized all over the place, claiming that we are attacking or targeting civilians, and that's just not the case. So I would tell people out there, don't fall for the spin, don't fall for the propaganda against the state of Israel. We target terrorists, while the terrorists are targeting our civilians, oftentimes hiding by their own civilians. Something very, very important I think people need to pay attention to.
All right, Josh, thank you again for taking the time to join us, be here with us, and break it all down. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Have a great day. Thanks so much.
You too. Time now 6:12 over on the East Coast and 3:12 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but a lot more coverage to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 6:15 on the East Coast and 3:15 on the West Coast. You are taking a live look over the White House there in D.C. as we do get to the latest political news right here. There's been a lot of talk about Project 2025, but there's also been a lot of questions about what exactly it is. Do want to send it over to Rebecca Castor with Fox News to break that down.
Project 2025 is the Trump agenda. Make no mistake about it.
It is a collection of ideas that the Republicans have consistently tried to implement.
Project 2025 is a crusade against people who desperately want a chance to grow their families.
It's one of the biggest hot-button talking points this election.
What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again.
I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely.
The 900-plus page document was drafted by the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank that has helped shape Republican presidencies for decades. Some of its more controversial points include expanding presidential powers, cutting federal agencies like the Department of Education and NOAA, and reversing the FDA's approval of abortion pills. And many of its authors worked in the Trump White House.
I don't think there's a conservative I've met who would say in those 922 pages, I'll agree with everything, but the left can't run on ideas and policies because they're destroying the American dream.
Even though Donald Trump constantly disavows Project 2025, Democrats on the trail tie him to it. But the Heritage Foundation is facing the criticism head on.
When we do this again, and we're going to do it every election cycle because it's what Heritage does, that when the left begins to mischaracterize, figuratively, we're going to punch them back in the nose.
According to the Heritage Foundation, Donald Trump implemented nearly 2/3 of its policy recommendations during his presidency. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much for that report. Now, both presidential nominees were on the campaign trail last night. Former President Trump spoke at an event about fighting anti-Semitism, while Vice President Kamala Harris spoke on a live stream with Oprah. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen has more for us.
We've gathered today to talk about the scourge of anti-Semitism.
Former President Trump spoke at an event in Washington, D.C. focused on fighting anti-Semitism. Trump was joined by high-profile Jewish donors like Miriam Adelson, the co-owner of the Dallas Mavericks.
My promise to Jewish Americans is this: with your vote, I will be your defender, your protector, and I will be the best friend Jewish Americans have ever had in the White House.
The Harris-Walz campaign is also courting Jewish voters. Governor Walz met with the families of American hostages being held by Hamas. Meanwhile, Vice President Harris teamed up with Oprah Winfrey to host a 2-hour streaming session from Michigan, highlighting grassroots supporters.
You know, there's so much at stake in this election. And ultimately, the question before us is, what kind of country do we want to live in?
Oprah had already endorsed Harris and spoke at the Democratic National Convention.
There's been so much talk about that word joy, and I think it's such a good thing because it means that there is a real feeling of optimism and hope making that comeback.
These appearances come as new Fox News polling finds high prices and the economy are still top of mind for voters. And when asked who would do a better job handling the Israel-Hamas war, Trump won by 7 points. Next, both nominees plan to visit more swing states. Harris will head to Wisconsin and Georgia, and Trump will hold an event in North Carolina. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much. And we are 45 days, hard to believe, away from Election Day. We will continue our live coverage throughout the coming weeks right here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we're going to head out to a live event that is getting underway over in London right now. And I do want to warn you, viewer discretion will be advised here as it is related to a sexual abuse lawsuit that's coming up here in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 621 on the East Coast and 321 on the West Coast. Do want to head live to this shot of a very foggy London over in England. High-end London department store Harrods has apologized over allegations that its former owner, Egyptian billionaire businessman Mohammed Al-Fayed, raped and sexually assaulted several female ex-employees. Now, a BBC documentary and podcast heard testimony from over 20 former female workers who said that Al-Fayed, who died last year at the age of 94, sexually abused them, with incidents taking place in London, Paris, Saint-Tropez, and Abu Dhabi. One of the women who accused Al-Fayed of raping her when she was a teenager described him as a, quote, monster, saying that he actively cultivated fear. Right now, Gloria Allred and others are speaking about this. They are speaking live over in London, so I do want to pop up the audio and we can listen in.
Al-Fayed was accused of indecent assault against a 15-year-old girl who bravely made her claims in the documentary last night. Channel 4 reported on more allegations in 2018. We say beyond peradventure that those who controlled Harrods knew of Mohammed Al-Fayed's inappropriate behavior. And we say that choosing to only address the accusations now is an insult to all of the brave survivors who came forward with their stories all those years ago and throughout and up to now. We are absolutely clear in our view that whatever is said and whatever was said in that statement at the end of the programme, it shouldn't have come to this. We are here to say, publicly and to the world, or to Harrods in front of the world, that it is time that they took responsibility, and it is time that they set matters right. And that is something they should do as soon as possible. They need to face up, to accept the responsibility that they have full culpability for the abuse that these women suffered. Today, we are going to set out our claim and how our claim shows an abject failure of corporate responsibility, and I would invite you to underline those words, an abject failure of corporate responsibility and a failure to provide a safe system of work. It's my pleasure then to introduce next my colleague, Barrister Bruce Drummond.
Thank you, Dean. I mean, wow, simply wow. I've worked on this case now for over a year, talking to some of these amazing ladies, and to see them all sitting here today is just incredible. Well done, all of you. I would also like to echo what my colleague Dean has said in saying that this is one of the worst cases of corporate sexual exploitation that certainly I and perhaps the world has ever seen. It was absolutely horrific. And I cannot stress that word enough. It was horrific. It's horrific because the acts carried out against these young women and girls, and I say girls because most of them were only 19 to 24 at the time, and some were as young as 15 and 16. It's horrific because the system, and it was a system, that procured them was enabling the abuse of these young women. And it's horrific because the effects that this sexual abuse and of Harrods' institutional betrayal have had on our clients. These effects have lasted years, and in some instances for decades. and even continue to this day. And you must remember that when you're looking at this type of case, that it's not just something that happens and then goes away or they get over. This has life-changing and lifelong effects on these dear ladies. Some of the survivors even ended up in psychiatric care. Some have been able to have intimate relationships. Some continue to suffer from nightmares, depression, and anxiety. So we're here today to say to the world that this was not right. This should never have happened. And Harrods must accept responsibility for the damage these women have suffered. I would also like to say a huge thank you to Keaton Stone, who's with us today, for all his investigative work. To the BBC, who've been amazing, and most importantly, to the survivors, for allowing me to be part of a team to represent them. As you saw in the documentary, Keaton has worked tirelessly to deliver some sort of justice for these women. Keaton, buddy, you're a legend. We wouldn't be here without you. So first meeting Keaton about this case, I've worked with him closely to investigate and speak with the women. From first speaking to one of the survivors and after hearing the story, my heart sank and my blood boiled, quite frankly. I told myself I would do everything I could to bring justice and accountability for all the survivors who've been left at the hands of a monster like Al-Fayed. Realising the significance of the case that I was about to embark upon, I approached Dean, a highly respected QC, and importantly has had a wealth of experience in dealing with horrible cases. And then Maria, who's been amazing. We needed a team to take on this monstrous system. To then extend that to say, we would very welcome the input of one of the world's leading, well, probably the world's leading female rights lawyer in the world, who is amongst the top advocate for women's rights that I've ever come across. And happily and gladly, she's here today, bless her. And she's jumped on board to help these ladies. So that's why I'm here anyway, ready for the next stage of this. I'll answer questions afterwards, but for now I'll hand over to Maria, I think is the next to say something.
Thank you very much, Bruce. So I would like to talk about the system that was in place at Harrods at the time. Once selected for their role by the special recruitment process that we've been able to identify, the women would be sent to have a private medical examination. Medical examinations would be undertaken by 3 or 4 private doctors that we have been able to identify, one of whom was named Dr. Anne Coxon in the documentary last night. The women would arrive for their medical examination none the wiser, expecting this to be an examination to perhaps check their weight, their blood pressure, or their height. They would then be told that actually the examination would involve a full internal screening, including a full cervical smear, sometimes having their ovaries checked, and a full sexual health screening. This was for their role that they had been offered as secretary, personal assistant, or even, on occasions, interior designer. For some women, this would have been their first ever smear test. If the women would query why the tests were necessary, they would be told something along the lines of, "He wants to make sure that you are clean." The results were rarely provided to them personally, but Mohammed Al-Fayed and his enablers would know those results. Because if there was ever anything untoward about those results, he would make degrading and humiliating comments to the women personally about what he had been told about their medical examination. As we know, the grooming, sexual assaults and threatening behaviour were varied and plentiful, but they all followed a similar pattern of events that we have been able to identify. The surveillance in place at the time was absolutely extensive. The phone lines were bugged. There was video surveillance in place throughout the offices, aside, of course, from the chairman's office, where there was no video at all. Ladies were frequently followed, and we have witness evidence that we have obtained from members of the security team who had the job of keeping an eye on those ladies, to check what they were doing, to even check if they were in relationships. One woman we know was 16 or 17, and she was sent to be followed by a member of the security team to check if she was in a relationship. That member of the security team would have to report back to Mohammed Al-Fayed on what he heard. I should also say that this member of the security team had the job of having to listen in to the women's phone lines. If there were any conversations that he heard that sounded untoward, or if the women dared to speak negatively on those phone lines about Mohammed Al-Fayed, he would need to report that back. He recalls hearing the women often having to speak in some kind of code. In relation to the threats that the women received, if they ever attempted to complain about the sexual assaults, we know from our work that we've undertaken that they would receive threats along the lines of, "You'll never work in London again. I know where you and your family live." Often, they would be demoted, and false allegations would be made about them, so that they had no choice at all but to leave Harrods. The threat of involving the police would also be made by the security team, and on occasion, from our investigations, we know that this would be followed through. One woman that we represent was sexually assaulted, and she had the bravery and courage to raise this in a formal written complaint to Harrods. On the same day of making this written complaint, the head of security, John McNamara, contacted her and said, "You are a girl alone in London. Someone could jump out the bushes at you, or you could have a sudden accident. You need to deny what you have said in the first letter with a second letter, which you must drop off before noon the following day." She, of course, did what she was told because she was absolutely petrified. Another woman who we represent wished to resign because of the sexual assaults and degrading behaviour. She tried to resign to get away from it. She was called into the office by the head of security, who told her that she had been disloyal to the chairman and that she had to leave immediately. If she ever dared talk to the press or revealed any information about the chairman, she was told in explicit terms that there would be serious consequences. Once this woman did leave, she was subjected to threats over the phone from the head of security and became very ill and suicidal. She was admitted into a psychiatric unit for 6 months of her life. She was unable, after that experience, to form any proper relationships with any other man and lost out on the opportunity to have her own family as a result of all of this. I cannot emphasize enough that how many of the women that we represent have told me personally things that they haven't been able to share with another soul. Some women have hung on to confidential documents that they could use, if forced to do so, as a security blanket in case Mohammed Al-Fayed or any of his associates ever tried to come after them. One woman said to me, "That was the fear he drove in you, Maria." I would also like to say this. I know that some women that we represent were too afraid to come to this press conference today. I would like them to know that we are all thinking about them. Thank you for letting me share this with you. I'm now going to hand over to attorney Gloria Allred, who, as we know, has represented victims in high-profile cases all over the world, and it is a privilege to share the stage with her today. Thank you, Gloria.
Thank you, Maria. My name is Gloria Allred, and I'm an attorney from the United States. If I may take a moment for personal privilege, I would like to have stand up and recognize my partner of 48 years who is here with me today, my law partner, Nathan Goldberg, and my associate in my law firm, Olivia Fleischig. Thank you. I've been representing victims for the past 48 years, including victims of Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Weinstein, R. Kelly, and now victims of Sean Diddy Combs, to name just a few. I have also represented victims of Bill Cosby, including one victim who we represented in a civil trial against him, which we won. In addition, in one lawsuit against the owner of a company, we represented a female employee and won at trial a judgment in excess of $52 million against that owner who sexually harassed our client. I am very familiar with how powerful men use their wealth, positions of power, and fame to subject women and girls to sexual abuse. The allegations against Mohammed Al-Fayed include serial rape, attempted rape, sexual battery, and sexual abuse of minors. They involve doctors administering invasive gynecological exams as a condition of employment for some of the employees who were targeted by Mohammed Al-Fayed for sexual abuse by him. The allegations also include the unauthorized disclosure to Mohammed Al-Fayed of the examination results of employees he targeted for sexual abuse. The allegations involve cover-ups, threats, and a quarter century of sexual abuse by Mohammed Al-Fayed after he purchased Harrods and became its chairman. Harrods is often referred to as the most beautiful store in the world. It has a storied and glamorous history. Many women dreamed of working there, to be associated with this prestigious corporation and to further their careers. However, underneath Harrods' glitz and glamour was a toxic, unsafe, and abusive environment. Shakespeare's Hamlet said, quote, "Something is rotten in the state of Denmark," end quote. We say something was rotten at the core of Harrods. The store was known for catering to every need of its customers, and it was presented as the epitome of beauty. The ugly truth, however, was that a number of female employees were being sexually abused by its chairman, Mohammed Al-Fayed. The current owners purchased Harrods in 2010. Their statement in the BBC documentary appears to suggest that they were unaware of this history of sexual abuse. However, in the documentary, it is alleged that Al-Fayed's abuse was not a secret and was widely known by its employees. Perhaps the new owners were blinded by the billions of dollars they stood to gain, or by their opportunity to buy a piece of Great Britain's history. When Mohammed Al-Fayed sold Harrods, a spokesperson for Al-Fayed said he, quote, specifically chose, end quote, the buyers to, quote, ensure that the legacy and traditions that he has built up in Harrods would be continued, end quote. Al-Fayed's legacy was to prey upon, denigrate, humiliate, and abuse female employees for his own sexual gratification. That is a legacy that no one should continue. There are certain themes that emerge from the BBC documentary. Most of the victims were terrified and felt that they had no place to turn. They felt powerless and they feared retaliation. Their terror was reinforced by threats, surveillance, and phone tapping. It is also apparent from the documentary that many of the women were vulnerable and that Al-Fayed took advantage of their vulnerability. He used his wealth and his power to manipulate and control female victims for his sexual pleasure. Another common theme was that Al-Fayed's sexual misconduct was constant and repetitive and went on for 25 years that he owned Harrods. He was the epitome of a serial sexual abuser. Yet another theme was that Al-Fayed's sexual abuse was not confined to the Harrods store. For example, sexual abuse occurred at the Ritz, Paris, and in his residence in Paris, which was formerly the residence of the Duke of Windsor. He required some female employees to accompany him on overnight trips to various locations, ostensibly for work, but actually to facilitate his sexual exploitation of them. Mohammed Al-Fayed died last year at 94 years old. He died without ever taking responsibility for what he did to many of his victims. These victims have suffered for years, even decades. They have lived with the shame, humiliation, and the anguish that Mohammed Al-Fayed and Harrods caused them. Al-Fayed was determined to silence these women, they will be silenced no more. We are proud of all of the women who are coming forward to seek accountability. The good news is that civil justice is still available for them, and they will not rest until they obtain it. It is not enough for Harrods to now say that they are sorry. It is not enough to acknowledge that Harrods failed these women. Justice demands that the victims receive meaningful accountability for what they have suffered. We are glad that the new owners of Harrods have acknowledged that Harrods failed those who were victimized there, and that they are, quote, determined to do the right thing as an organization, end quote. We believe in deeds, not words. It is never too late to do the right thing. This is an opportunity for Harrods to prove their assertion that, quote, the Harrods of today is a very different organization, end quote, and that their words match their conduct. The time for justice is now, and we look forward to victims obtaining meaningful justice. Thank you.
All right, that's live over in London, England, and you were hearing from Gloria Allred, a famous American attorney, as she is now representing some of those former employees there who say that the former owner of Harrods sexually abused and raped them. We are expecting to hear from some of those victims there coming up in just a bit. We do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, we will listen back in live over in London, England. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head back out live over to London, England, as we are hearing from authorities, attorneys, a lot of folks there about these allegations against the former owner of Harrods department store, a high-end department store over in London.
So many years, who suffered at the hand of the predator, Mohammed Al-Fayed. Those who abuse need to know that it's not okay. One day, like today, they will be found out and exposed. I was just 19 years old, young, naive, and totally innocent. I had moved to London to start my working career. I got an interview for a job at Harrods, working for Mohammed Al-Fayed, or the chairman as he was well known. It was a supporting role to his then private PA. I was interviewed by Mr. Al-Fayed in his office at Harrods. I got the job straight away. I believed I had been given the chance of a lifetime, an exciting job in an incredibly dynamic environment with endless opportunities to look forward to. I could not believe how lucky I was. Imagine the possibilities. This was my passport to a shining, high-powered career. Mohammed was clever and highly manipulative. He behaved like a father figure, often saying, "Call me Papa," often talking about his family and children as if to make me feel safe around him. He would ask kind and seemingly caring questions. He offered extra money for gifts to take home to my parents or to buy new work clothes. It all seemed entirely innocent and normal then, a perk of working for such a powerful man. Unbeknownst to me, I had walked into a lion's den, a layer of cover-ups, deceit, lies, manipulation, humiliation, and gross sexual misconduct. The chairman preyed on the most vulnerable, those of us who needed to pay the rent, and some of us who didn't have parents to protect them. As time went by, I noticed more and more how strange the office atmosphere was. There was no camaraderie. It felt like a very secretive atmosphere. The other girls used to whisper to each other, but I was actively discouraged from making friends. I did, however, make a friend. We kept it very secret, Catherine, who sits in front of me today. From my dream job and high hopes, this then became my reality. Mohammed Al-Fayed, a sick predator, lured me in by using the same modus operandi he used time and time again. I was subjected to an unnecessary and intrusive medical examination. I was never given those results. I was subjected to AIDS and STD testing without consent, and now believe in hindsight, I was checked for my purity. We would be sent to see Al-Fayed because he had a job for us to do. It was always more of a friendly chat than actual work. But then these private meetings turned into more. A forced kiss, his hands gripping your face to his lips, or pulling you down on his lap, where his hands were free to explore any part of your body that he wished. These incidents lasted seconds, but the fear instilled left me paralyzed. Al-Fayed brushed off these moments like they had never happened. But I was always reminded not to mention them to anyone. He would know if I did. I had never experienced anything like it before. I was so young, I didn't know what to do and how to deal with it. I felt such fear and some sick loyalty as his employee. It was an era where women were still the underclass in the working world. One night I was asked to stay late. This was to be my final night. All of MAF's, or Mohammed Al-Fayed's planning and manipulation were to come to fruition. He summoned me up to his private apartment on the pretext of a job review. I was escorted by one of his security guards who ushered me into his private sitting room. The door was locked behind me. Al-Fayed handed me a glass of champagne and told me to sit. Looking around, I saw his bedroom door partially open. There were sex toys on view. I felt petrified. I perched myself at the very end of the sofa, and then it came. Mohammed Al-Fayed, my boss, the person I work for, pushed himself onto me. I fell to the floor with him still on top of me, but I managed to kick free and free myself. I ran towards the door. I told him I was meeting my father for dinner and he would be worried that I was late. He just laughed at me. He then composed himself and he told me in no uncertain terms that I was never to breathe a word of this to anyone. If I did, I would never work in London again, and he knew where my family lived. I felt scared and sick. Eventually leaving Park Lane, I never set foot in his private office again. These events impacted me for many years to come. I struggled with confidence around men, and in particular male bosses, and also in my personal relationships. Seeing his obituary just over a year ago triggered such a huge emotion. I couldn't believe that this monster had gotten away with his crimes. Thankfully today, this is a different story, and I am truly grateful for that.
Natasha, thank you so much for sharing your story with us all. All of this room salutes you. In fact, we salute all of the survivors in this case. To say that it takes bravery to come and tell a story such as that is an understatement. Again, for those of you watching today who experienced abuse at Harrods, hopefully this shows that you're not alone. Please do reach out to our team if you would like to learn more about legal options. There is support, and there is a place to discuss. As of now, we have the huge honor of being retained by 37 survivors in this matter. And as a result of the documentary and events such as this, we are in the process of being retained by many more. We are very proud to be so. It is important that we stress this. We are representing each person as an individual. Every person's experience and the effect on every person, every survivor, is different. And we promise that we will treat them all with the individualized attention and dignity that they deserve. We're now going to move on to some questions from the media. We'll do our best. I will be, in a sense, acting as the person who directs the questions. And if we may, it would obviously help that we have as many people asking questions as possible, as opposed to someone asking lots and lots of questions.
We have a roving mic. Please put your hand up. We'll bring the mic to you. Again, we can limit to one question, one follow-up, so we can move as quickly as we can. Please state your outlet and name, please.
Hi, Danielle Hamamjan, NBC News. Thank you, Natasha. My first question, first of all, to the women who've signed NDAs, what is your message to them? Has the documentary laid out the most serious allegations, or based on your conversations with the victims, have we yet to hear the worst of it? And as you mentioned, in the case of Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Weinstein, there were facilitators, as is the case here. Are they liable for prosecution? And do you know of any of those individuals potentially still working at Harrods today?
So we'll break down your three questions. I'll deal with the first one, which is the NDAs. Maria, would you deal with the second one? And Gloria, would you like to deal with the last one? The Epstein one?
No.
All right. In terms of the NDAs, I was quoted last night on the documentary as saying that it should never be the case, and I am not of the view that it's the law, that the law should protect those who engage and indulge in criminal activities. And it's very, very important to remember the circumstances in which those NDAs and some settlements were given. There was no level playing field. We heard last night in the documentary that material had to be shredded and was effectively forced as part of that to be shredded. And so the answer to the question about the effect of the NDAs, we will fight their veracity and their applicability. we are very confident that those NDAs will not preclude us from getting justice from these women.
In terms of your second question, was that whether or not there are more serious damning allegations to come forward beyond what we have seen already in the documentary? Yes, unfortunately so. From the numerous women that we represent, we have a number of more serious allegations that have been made. Also, that don't just concern Mohammed Al-Fayed, but we're not able to go into any further about that now. But yes, this was certainly a system that was in place at the very heart of the company.
Can you tell us what those allegations are?
The worst sexual assaults that you can imagine.
Next question, please.
Sorry, I didn't answer the third one, which I will. The question was about criminal prosecutions as followed in Epstein. First of all, it's not in our gift as to whether people are prosecuted. Our sole concern is justice for these women.
Hi, Simon Viger from 5 News. One question for Dean Armstrong, please, and one for Gloria Allred. For Mr. Armstrong, you say you're pursuing Harrods. Can you explain why you're not also pursuing the estate, the Fayed estate? And for Gloria Allred, we've heard comparisons with Epstein, Weinstein, Savile. How do you think this case compares?
Shall I take the first one, or would you like to take the first one? Do you want to answer first, or do you want me to?
The question about Weinstein?
Yes.
How do I feel about it?
Yes, is it one of the worst? How does it compare in terms of severity?
I don't like to compare sexual predators one to another, and he was a sexual predator, Mohammed Al-Fayed. Many of them that I have dealt with were the worst. And this is also the worst. I mean, so for example, Jeffrey Epstein, you know, had a method, had a plan, executed the plan, and chose vulnerable victims. Underage girls and adults as well. He sex trafficked them and was prosecuted for sex trafficking underage girls, among other charges against him. Of course, he committed suicide while in custody, or was the victim of a homicide. Coroner says suicide. But in any event, there was a criminal prosecution against him, which started, I actually was there at the last hearing that was taking place. The trial had not yet taken place. So he died before there was any justice, real justice, for the victims. I will say, after his death, we did represent a number of victims, actually our 20 victims, and was able to get meaningful accountability for them in the civil process without a lawsuit. And again, our victims in that case were very, very, very courageous. And many would have been willing to testify at trial. In the case of Mohammed Al-Fayed, he's also no longer alive to be prosecuted for his crimes against women. I might add that these victims were also placed by Mohammed Al-Fayed in a no-win situation. Excuse these were not just strangers to him. These were victims in an employment situation. He had all the power. They had none. And they were in a no-win situation. Do they say no and lose their job? Do they say yes and suffer the consequences of being raped or sexually assaulted, sexually abused, victimized? This is why an employment situation, well, at least in the United States, is considered a denial of equal employment opportunity if a victim is sexually harassed or sexually abused, raped, forced to watch pornography, any act of sexual abuse. And it is really wrong, because as it has been sent, there's no right decision for these victims to make. It's always going to be a risk to themselves and also to their families. So R. Kelly knowingly gave serious sexual STDs to underage girls. One of my clients testified very bravely about that at his criminal trial. It's lifelong sexually transmitted diseases. That is just beyond description. That he would do that knowing that he had that very serious sexually transmitted disease himself, and did not disclose that to underage girls and some adults. He also, of course, videoed many of his victims, which he coerced, forced, threatened into being videoed in pornography. Then he used those videos to threaten the victims that he would expose those videos to the public, to their families, to their friends, to their co-workers. So that threat was very intimidating to many of the victims, who did not voluntarily do that, never would have, but were threatened, intimidated into it. In any event, Mohammed Al-Fayed sex trafficked some of these victims from place to place. He used his business empire to enable him to execute his plan, his scheme, his design to cause those women who were employees to be victimized, women and girls. Should he be prosecuted? Can he be prosecuted? I will not opine on British law because I'm not licensed in Great Britain. Having said that, we have wonderful barristers here, very experienced ones who could say that. We think that the focus should be on winning accountability. And we think our victims who are here today and others who are not here today deserve accountability in the civil justice system. I will just say, sometimes the prosecution of a criminal case can interfere with a civil claim being able to move forward. And we say in the United States, justice delayed is justice denied. And it's been denied to these victims long enough, is just my opinion.
No,
so that I
sorry.
think is
I just want to deal with the second question.
I hope the answer to the question.
It is absolutely. Can I deal with the second part of your question, the question directed to me? Thank you, Gloria. And just to put a gloss as a experienced criminal barrister as well, yes, these were crimes. So had he been alive, he would have been prosecuted, or ought to have been, perhaps, prosecuted. In any event, can I just deal, Simon, with your two aspects? You asked 2 points about it. First of all, why are we not pursuing, I think was your question, other parties? Can I say it is certainly not the case that we are not pursuing other parties. You will hear this phrase once now, you may hear it a few more times today. We are not ruling anything out. Why the focus on Harrods? I'll tell you the focus on Harrods and the reason for that. This was systematic trafficking of women for sexual gratification. That system began with a selection process where women of similar age, look, were selected. Once that selection had taken place, unbeknownst to them, intrusive medical examinations were undertaken in order to ensure their, let's use this dreadful phrase, suitability. They would then be put into a vulnerable position where they would be isolated, called up to the chairman's office or his private quarters, where despicable acts would take place. And then there would be the cover-up. You will lose your job if you speak to anyone about this. Or you're someone alone and people jump out at you. This is and was a systematic failure of corporate responsibility. And that systematic failure is on the shoulders of Harrods. I said earlier that we do not and will not individualize, that we will individualize the women here, but we will not individualize those who we hold responsible. We are not going to get into a situation where there's any room for anyone to seek to avoid responsibility by saying it was their fault or it was their fault. So we pursue Harrods and we focus on Harrods at this stage because of the collective corporate responsibility and the vicarious liability that these acts and the evidence that we have come across shows clearly. There is a pattern beyond peradventure in this. These are not accidents. These are not unconnected matters. The documentary, if I may say so, showed that beyond peradventure. So we're ruling nothing out, but we have a specific laser focus for justice for these women.
Hi there, Elizabeth from ITV News. Are you aware or have you become aware of any employee survivors at Al Fayed's other businesses or ventures like Fulham Football Club?
Could I ask, Mary, would you like to deal with that?
Yes, we are aware of allegations that have been made at other places of work. We represent also women who were employed by the RIPS. We don't at this stage represent any women who, for instance, sustained attacks at Fulham Football Club, but our investigations are obviously ongoing into all these entities that he had an involvement in, because our investigations so far have revealed that the number of women involved in this, simply from Harrods, has been startling. So it's highly unlikely that there are not victims out there from these other places of work. Wherever he went, there will be victims.
Hi, I'm Shimon from Sky News. I note that you made a point of the importance of victims receiving meaningful accountability for what they've suffered. Do you mind just explaining what you mean by this?
If it was my phrase, I'm happy to deal with that. Meaningful accountability means having a proper voice and having the ability to tell your story, to tell your version and to tell the facts as they were without fear of threat. That is hugely significant. And there are always suggestions that whenever lawyers get involved, it's only about the money. It is not. This is about women coming forward and for the very first time in this whole dreadful episode, having an ability to say and tell us what happened to them without fear of being threatened. If, and we would obviously invite them to do so, if Harrods feel that they ought to compensate women financially for what they've done and how they failed them, then of course that is something which we would welcome. But we are not going to sit here and accept any suggestion that we are only interested in money. This is about much, much, much more.
Yeah, can I just add, Dean, actually, to that over the past year, speaking with now 40 of the survivors, not one has ever asked me, what do you think I'll get? Never. And I think that says it all, doesn't it?
I would like to add that coming forward may mean different things to different people. There is coming forward and telling what happened to them to the press. We don't tell, at least I don't tell, any clients that I may have, you should speak to the press. It really is up to them and always up to their attorney to advise of the benefits and risks of speaking publicly. Some people want to come forward, but not publicly. They want to come forward in a confidential, safe manner. And that means speaking to their attorneys, explaining what happened to them in a confidential setting. It's always confidential speaking to attorneys. And I understand that's the case in the UK as well as the United States.
It is.
All right, so you are hearing from Gloria Allred and other attorneys here. They are speaking about the allegations against Mohammed Al-Fayed, who was the owner of Harrods and did die just last year. Now, Harrods, of course, a big high-end department store over in London, England, and the claims there by several female employees are that they were raped by Al-Fayed. So while you're listening to this, I do want to say viewer discretion is advised. Do have to head to a quick break now. It's 7:20 on the East Coast and 4:20 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do know that this news conference over in London, England is wrapping up, and it is all connected, of course, to the allegations from former female employees about the former owner of Harrods department store in London. They are saying that Mohammed Al-Fayed, who died last year, had raped and sexually abused them. Viewer discretion is advised here. Again, this is the end of that news conference that is wrapping up, so let's pop up the audio.
And we are not going to, as a team, allow other considerations, which may be financial, to have people's lives and responsibility and their rights compromised by the fact that it's easier to deal with the class action in order to get some money out at the end. That is not why we're here. It is not our aim. It is not our purpose. I am very strong about this. Everyone who comes to us will be treated as an individual. And I hope those who are here today can attest to that. Can I then deal with the limitation point? If the law is, and as you will be aware, knowing where you come from, obviously the Law Society Gazette, you will be aware that the Limitation Act in the UK, and I won't speak for the minute about across the world, but I'm pretty confident there's some respectable arguments I'm about to deploy here, which will be deployed by others. If it's the case that a corporate can put into effect a system which causes individuals to suffer serious sexual abuse, threaten them with cover-up, threaten them not to say anything, so cause a cover-up, threaten them to keep quiet, threaten them not to tell anybody. If that same corporate then seeks to bring the argument to a judge that their claims should be disapplied by reason of passage of time, then that is not a society in which I certainly want to live. The limitation periods are there for good, practical, legal reasons, but they can also be disapplied for good, legal, humanitarian reasons. And it's really important when we deal and think about limitation here. And I would challenge, I hold out a challenge here to Harrods. If Harrods are going to seek to say to us, these claims should be barred on the basis of limitation, then they are effectively adopting the argument that threats will always win the day. We will not accept that argument. And we are pretty confident the courts won't either.
May I comment? Okay. All right. Just a few points to piggyback on what Dean just said. In the United States, our law firm does not generally participate in class actions. However, we represent large groups of victims. For example, we represented 72 victims who were victims of sexual abuse. These were young women at the University of Southern California, victims of sexual abuse by the gynecologist who provided services to them when they were students and some faculty at the University of Southern California. 72 victims. We've represented many groups of women who were victims, some larger, some smaller groups, without a class action. I won't go into all of the different cases, but if somebody wants to know later, I'd be happy to provide the answers. Because we do believe in individual attention, individual assessment of a client's claim. We don't think one size fits all. Everybody's had a different situation in some ways where they have been victimized and different damages. One other thing I want to say about the statute of limitations, which is the arbitrary time period set by law, by different legislative bodies in different countries, generally. In the past, it definitely has favored the wrongdoer, not the victim. I've met with advocates from other countries in Europe, I'll just put it that way, who are seeking to change, eliminate, modify the statute of limitations elsewhere. You have a more favorable statute of limitations in the UK than we have in the United States. But as you will see, some of my clients and myself, clients of Bill Cosby, in my Netflix documentary, Seeing All Red, they see us testifying before the legislature in California to eliminate or change the restrictions in the statute of limitations. All this is about empowering victims to be able to not be barred from the courthouse, not to have the courthouse door slammed in their face because of this arbitrary law called statute of limitations, which most of them never knew about. They didn't know that there was a time period after which they would be barred from asserting their claim. You can do that more easily in the UK, and I'll be mentioning the UK at other legislative hearings on this matter in the US. Although I would add that sometimes the damages are significantly less, even though you have more time to bring them, than you would be able to win with your courage than you would be able to win in the United States. Let's see. Last point about large corporations. Like in the United States, we have something called RICO. You may have heard of it, Racketeering, Influence Corrupt Organizations Act, which Sean Diddy Combs is charged with in a criminal case. So the United States is recognizing the role of large businesses which are used to enable the predator to victimize their victims. He generally is not acting alone. He's getting a lot of support from others. Finally, I just want to say, if we had more women as chairpersons of large corporations and less segregation of women forced to be in lower level jobs, many of which are well below their capacity to do them, and their education, their background, their experience, and their dreams. If we had less segregation by gender in the workplace to lower level jobs for women, because women are considered of less value because they're women, if we had more integrated workplace, if we had by gender and race and age, ethnic origin, and so forth, and of course sexual orientation, we would have a better workplace. We would have a more productive workplace. It'd be in the corporation's interest to do that. And again, not enough women, either in the UK or in the United States, who are at the top level, let's say Fortune 500 companies, other large corporations. That has to change. And maybe we'd have less sexual abuse by people in power if the people in power were women. I'd like us to find out if I'm right, that there's not enough women at the top levels of corporations. That's all I have to say about that.
Time for two last questions. We keep them quick, please.
Hi, Alex Croft, The Independent. Are any of the executive staff from during Fayyad's time still in place in Harrods, and do you envisage ever any criminal action against those who were involved in covering up, but not any actual allegations?
I'll ask Maria to deal with the factual scenario of whether anyone's still in place. As regards criminal activity, as I've said before, this is not for us to say, I'm afraid. We do not have that capacity to tell you, so therefore we won't. Maria?
In terms of the first aspect, we're not aware of any people that may still be in place at Harrods, but obviously this is a case that is rapidly evolving and expanding every single day. Even from yesterday, the amount of emails that we have received of people offering to provide evidence to us to support the women who've been brave to speak out has been overwhelming. So it's an evolving process.
Last question, please.
Zoe McGee, ABC News. Natasha, I was very struck by your bravery and, well, all the women here. But what I wanted to ask was, you said that you are no longer afraid. Could you tell us how you got to that point?
Yeah, by my lovely friend here, Catherine, involving me in this process. I think we all stand together, and if you can stand together as a woman, you have the strength to not be afraid anymore.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, everyone. We appreciate you coming here. We salute the bravery. Again, it'll never be said too many times. Salute the bravery of the survivors.
All right, again, viewer discretion advised here. That news conference wrapping up live over in London, England, and you are taking a live look here over at the skyline in London as high-end London department store Harrods has now apologized over allegations that its former owner, Egyptian billionaire businessman Mohammed Al-Fayed, raped and sexually assaulted several female ex-employees. Now, a BBC documentary and podcast heard testimony from over 20 former female workers who said that Al-Fayed, who died last year at the age of 94, sexually abused them, with incidents taking place in London, Paris, and Abu Dhabi. We'll keep you updated here as we do get more information, as there is likely to be a little bit more of an investigation that does play out. It is now 7:35 on the East Coast and 4:35 on the West Coast. A lot more news to get to coming up in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:37 on the East Coast and 4:37 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. I do want to get right to a developing story that we are following out of Kentucky at this hour. Take a look at your screen. The sheriff of a rural county in Kentucky has now been charged with murder after investigators say he shot and killed a judge in his courthouse chambers. This right here, video from the scene Thursday outside of the courthouse in Letcher County. Now, Letcher County is about 140 miles southeast of Lexington and is located right there on the Virginia state line. Whitesburg, where this happened, is a town of about 1,700 people. Now, a spokesperson for Kentucky State Police says Sheriff Sean Steins shot District Judge Kevin Mullins several times after some kind of argument inside the courthouse. Mullins, who served in that judge role for 15 years, was pronounced dead, and state police say the sheriff did surrender there at the scene. Now, Sheriff Steins is not being held in the jail in his county, but instead nearby Leslie County, and he is charged with first-degree murder. Kentucky State Police holding a very brief news conference overnight to provide the latest information. It's only about 2 minutes in length.
Kentucky State Police Post 13 has received a call shortly before 3 p.m. In reference inside the Letcher County Courthouse. Multiple law enforcement agencies from around the area, along with emergency services, responded to the area and located District Judge Kevin Mullins with several gunshot wounds. Life-saving measures were taken, however, were unsuccessful. He was pronounced deceased on scene by Letcher County Coroner's Office. At that time, preliminary investigation indicated that Letcher County Sheriff Mickey Sean Steins fired at District Judge Kevin Mullins following an argument inside the courthouse.
Now, was there any motive, or was this just, did he go there to do that, or what do you...
At this time, that's questions that we're still trying to get answers to, what led up to the actual shooting itself and the moments prior to.
Sir, did the shooting take place inside the judge's chambers?
That's correct.
Was anyone else present?
There was other people present inside the building as well.
But not inside the chambers?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is there video, a camera that's inside that chamber?
As far as I'm aware, I think there is video from within the facility.
Are you able to tell us where those gunshots were at and his body?
As far as locations, I do not. That's information that I don't know. And again, that's stuff that will be uncovered and identified later on.
How many shots?
At this time, we don't know.
Did you speak to any of the witnesses you mentioned?
Me personally, I did not. Every witness that was inside the building will be interviewed as standard protocol throughout the investigation.
The sheriff turned something?
That's correct. He was arrested on scene without incident shortly after officials arrived.
Do we know if this is personal?
At this time, I am unable to answer.
Do we know if he's cooperated yet?
As far as I know, yes.
Do we know what charges are pending for him?
Sheriff Steins was placed under arrest and transported to a correctional facility. He was charged with 1 count of murder in the first degree.
All right, that was Kentucky State Police following the latest information. It's not clear if there will be another news conference later today, but if there is, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But Governor Andy Beshear in Kentucky posting to social media, sadly, I have been informed that a district judge in Letcher County was shot and killed in his chambers this afternoon. There is far too much violence in this world, and I pray there is a path to a better tomorrow. The sheriff again charged with first-degree murder being held in nearby Leslie County. Once we get his booking photo, we will also bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick break now at 7:42 on the East Coast and 4:42 on the West Coast. Much more live, raw, and unfiltered news coming up in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 744 on the East Coast and 444 on the West Coast. A lot of developing news to get to here. I do want to head over to Orange County, California. That is where we are learning a bit more about a crash that happened late last night. Now, we know that a fire truck did overturn, and investigators saying at least 8 firefighters were injured as a result. We did hear from the fire chief there in Orange County speaking in a news conference that was picked up by our Fox 11 LA team overnight. Do want to play that for you here. It's only about 5 minutes in length, but provides some more information about what is known so far about the crash.
Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Brian Fennessy, and I'm the fire chief for the Orange County Fire Authority. This is a tough time for the Orange County Fire Authority family. As most of you know, we've suffered a major accident that has injured many of our firefighters. We experienced a rollover accident at 6:50 p.m. this evening on northbound 241, just north of Portola. One of our hand crews, Crew 1, the Santiago crew, was finishing up their 12-hour shift on the airport fire. They were involved in a solo vehicle rollover accident. We had 8 OCFA hand crew members injured. The first OCFA unit arrived on scene at 6:57 p.m., 7 minutes after the accident, and immediately began treating and triaging the patients, and they requested additional resources. We had 9 paramedics units respond, 12 ambulances, and 3 helicopters, 1 Mercy helicopter and 2 OCFA helicopters. 8 patients in total. 7 were transported by ground ambulance, 1 transported by OCFA Copter 3. 6 were taken to local trauma centers, 3 to Mission Hospital, 2 here to OC Global, and 1 to UCI. 2 of those patients were taken in stable condition to Hoag Irvine. All of the families have been notified. You know, all of our crews that were involved are going through a formal critical incident stress debriefing at our headquarters right now. You can only imagine how traumatic it is for their brother and sister firefighters to see them injured like that on the freeway. My staff, the Orange County Professional Firefighters, Local 3631, will be here for the families, will be here for our firefighters, and we'd ask that you pray for our firefighters and their families. All of the families have been notified, and this is the beginning of a long road for many of those firefighters and our fire department. So I want to thank you for being here. We'll have more information for you tomorrow morning. We don't have a time yet, but we wanted to be sure you had the information that we're able to release at this time. So thank you very much. We'll be taking no questions. Okay, one question.
Sir,
Yes.
Chief, we're familiar with those transport vehicles because of seeing them from the outside with all the wildfires. Can you give an idea to the viewers what it's like inside for the firefighters? I assume it's bench seats or the seat belts. And what's it like in the back there?
No, they're modern vehicles. They're much better than when I used to ride around in the back one of those vehicles back in the 70s and 80s. They do have full seat belts. They're very safe vehicles. Again, the accident is being investigated now. My understanding is that the CHP is on scene investigating, so we don't have any information as to what occurred to cause the rollover.
But those seat belts then theoretically may have saved some of the lives as that thing rolled over.
I would hope so, yes.
Thank you.
Major. Chief, is there any kind of a number or anybody if they want to help donate or give anything?
You know, I would call our main headquarters number if people do want to help. Again, I think more than anything, what we need right now is time to support the families. We need time to support those patients, and we need time to support the firefighters that weren't injured. I mean, as you can imagine, this was a very traumatic experience. it's something, you know, I've been a fire chief for 10 years, and these are the toughest things to have to deal with, and it breaks my heart, and I know my team and all the rest of the firefighters here in the OCFA and throughout the region, in fact, throughout the country. I'm getting a lot of text messages from all over the country, are praying for our members, and we just ask that anybody that's listening to this, please do keep our firefighters in thoughts and prayers. Thank you very much.
And that wraps up the press conference here live. You heard the fire chief from the Orange County Fire Authority saying it really breaks his heart, the heart of the men and women of his department, this rollover crash. And more on this as this story continues to develop. For now, we are live here outside the medical center in Santa Ana. Back to the west side we go.
All right, so that was our Fox 11 LA team as they were carrying that news conference live. Again, there is limited information at this point, but as you heard from the director, the chief there at the Orange County Fire Authority, they do expect to hold another news conference at some point today. Once we do get that information on when that's going to take place, we'll make sure to bring that to you right here. And of course, you can watch it on Live Now from Fox. But what we know so far is that this fire truck did overturn there in Orange County, California. At least 8 firefighters injured as a result, but the investigation ongoing and still a lot left to figure out. The time now 7:50 over on the East Coast and 4:50 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the final one of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 7:53 over on the East Coast and 4:53 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. Do want to take you to some of the live images that we do have right there on the right side of your screen. Up top, you can see we kind of mixed those up a little bit, but that is a shot of the Israel-Lebanon border, as we know that Hassan Nasrallah, who is the head of Hezbollah, has said that the explosion of the pagers that took place and the walkie-talkies just a few days ago were pretty much a, quote, declaration of war by Israel. Also do want to remind you that there are 45 days left until the presidential election. We'll get into some political news in a second, but let's start with the situation over in the Middle East. That is where Nate Foy brings us the latest on what Nasrallah had to say.
The enemy crossed in this operation all the rules, laws, and red lines.
A possible declaration of war. That's how Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah described back-to-back days of explosions in Lebanon. A senior U.S. official says Israel compromised the terrorist group's communication devices and detonated them remotely. Nasrallah called the attacks a severe blow to Hezbollah and promised to punish Israel. Israeli fighter jets flew over Beirut during his speech. Nasrallah also promised Hezbollah will continue firing on Israel until it reaches a ceasefire deal with Hamas. Hezbollah killed 2 IDF soldiers and injured 8 Israelis during a strike. Israel fired back, hitting a weapons storage facility in southern Lebanon. An elite division of Israeli paratroopers and commandos await their assignment not far away. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant discussed strategy with top military leaders.
This is a new phase of the war. It bears opportunities, but also significant risks.
60,000 Israelis remain evacuated from their homes in the north. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with French leaders urging diplomacy over military action.
We don't want to see any escalatory actions by any party that make that even more difficult. There is a real problem that needs to be resolved when it comes to northern Israel and southern Lebanon.
The intelligence war continues adjacent to the battlefield. This Israeli man appeared in court accused of conspiring with Iran to assassinate Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Israeli Air Force launched massive airstrikes in southern Lebanon, and as a result of that, the IDF advised residents in the north who have not evacuated from their homes to stay near shelters as they await a response from Hezbollah. In Tel Aviv, Nate Foy, Fox News.
Nate, thank you so much for that report. And if you look at the top right-hand side of your screen, you can see a beautiful shot of the White House there in D.C. We are now 45 days away from U.S. Election Day, and we know the campaigning does continue. And it turns out the economy, no question, is going to be a huge issue that a lot of folks will base their vote on. Doug Luzader with Fox News has more on that.
There is some evidence that all aspects of this race may be tightening in these final weeks, and Vice President Kamala Harris is hoping to get a boost from one of her wealthiest and most well-known supporters. It was a full embrace for Kamala Harris, Oprah Winfrey, a live audience, and a remote gathering of celebrities.
So we are all together, united for one cause, and that is to get out the vote for Kamala Harris.
Not many hard-hitting questions at this event in Michigan, but Harris touched on an issue that has been a weak point for her campaign.
My approach is about lifting you up. His would be about actually weakening our economy.
A new Associated Press poll shows Harris has recently closed the gap on the economy, though, with former President Donald Trump. Our new Fox poll shows the anxiety that years of high inflation have caused. More than 60% of registered voters say grocery prices and housing costs are still major problems.
We're down to 2, and now we're leading in the polls by, I think, a lot.
Trump, for his part, was reaching out to Jewish voters in Washington at an anti-Semitism event, saying Harris has not been supportive of Israel.
Any Jewish person that votes for her, especially now, her or the Democrat Party, should have their head examined.
And both campaigns are watching an emerging story in North Carolina. CNN reports that the Republican candidate for governor there, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, referred to himself as a, quote, black Nazi on a pornographic website, among other posts. Allegations he denies. But this is the kind of story that could affect voter turnout in North Carolina, among the 7 or so swing states that are being targeted by both campaigns. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report right there. 7:58 on the East Coast and 4:58 on the West Coast. If you've been paying close attention to the election, you've probably heard Project 2025 mentioned a few times, and former President Trump is doing everything he can to make sure to distance himself from Project 2025. Rebecca Castor has more on what the project even is.
Project 2025 is the Trump
agenda. Make no mistake about it.
It is a collection of ideas that the Republicans have consistently tried to implement.
Project 2025 is a crusade against people who desperately want a chance to grow their families.
It's one of the biggest hot-button talking points this election.
What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again.
I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely.
The 900-plus page document was drafted by the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank that has helped shape Republican presidencies for decades. Some of its more controversial points include expanding presidential powers, cutting federal agencies like the Department of Education and NOAA, and reversing the FDA's approval of abortion pills. And many of its authors worked in the Trump White House.
I don't think there's a conservative I've met who would say in those 922 pages, I'll agree with everything, but the left can't run on ideas and policies because they're destroying the American dream.
Even though Donald Trump constantly disavows Project 2025, Democrats on the trail tie him to it. But the Heritage Foundation is facing the criticism head on.
When we do this again, and we're going to do it every election cycle because it's what Heritage does, that when the left begins to mischaracterize, figuratively, we're going to punch them back in the nose.
According to the Heritage Foundation, Donald Trump implemented nearly 2/3 of its policy recommendations during his presidency. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, Rebecca, thank you so much for that report. And you are taking another live look outside the White House there in D.C. as we get into some more political news here. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will travel to Washington, D.C. next week as he pushes for the U.S. to allow Ukraine to use Western-provided weapons to strike deeper into Russia. Russian President Vladimir Putin has warned that Russia will be, quote, at war with the U.S. and its NATO allies if they allow Ukraine to use those long-range weapons. Zelensky will meet separately with Biden and Harris, and he could also meet with former President Trump, who has said he would move to quickly end the war if he's elected in November. During his trip, Zelensky is also set to address the United Nations General Assembly in New York City. Bob Moret is a professor of practice in the Institute for Security Policy and Law at Syracuse University and a retired admiral in the U.S. Navy. He joins us now live to talk more about all of this. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us this morning.
Josh, good to be with you.
All right, so first off, I do have to ask you about the Zelensky trip overall. What is the ultimate goal here as Zelensky does head to the U.S. and speaks to the UN General Assembly and also meets with Biden and Harris?
Josh, I think what President Zelensky is going to do will be fairly consistent with his previous trips. This will be the fifth time that he'll be in Washington since in the U.S. since the start of the full-scale war about 2.5 years ago. But just to garner additional support from different, the administration, the Congress, and address at the United Nations in ways that'll provide the military support, and also looking forward to the negotiations. Final comment, he will be rolling out the details of his peace plan. It's called his victory plan, which he's already shared with the White House and some others throughout his own government, and also our Secretary of State who was there last week. So that'll be a point of discussion, too.
I do have to ask you, because we did hear from the White House, they said that Zelensky plans to meet separately with Biden and Harris. Is that what you'd expect? Does that say anything that they're meeting separately instead of all together?
Yeah, Josh, I wouldn't read too much into that. I think, two separate conversations he's going to have with President Biden. I think very much to thank him for the support and the steady hand that he's had in support in looking after the Ukrainian portfolio during his presidency. And, his upcoming transition in January for the vice president, I think will be very much with an eye towards the future and things that we'll be looking for in terms of negotiations. And as I mentioned earlier, his peace plan or victory plan that I'm sure I'll be discussing with her.
We know that he does plan to address the United Nations General Assembly while he's here. How is that different from, let's say, Netanyahu's last trip to the U.S., where he addressed Congress, a joint session overall? Is there any real difference?
I think that they both make sense in terms of the constituencies that Prime Minister Netanyahu needed to approach, and that the global audience that President Zelensky needs to address. And of course, he has also addressed the Congress. himself. But I think, the way you rack and stack these things, what President Netanyahu did with the Congress made sense. And I think the outreach that President Zelensky will be doing here next week primarily on Wednesday and Thursday in New York and Washington makes sense for the constituencies that he needs to address.
There's been a lot of discussion over whether the U.S. is going to allow Ukraine to use those long-range missiles deeper into Russia. I did want to get your take on that. Is it likely that that is going to happen? And ultimately, could it cause, let's say, larger issues between the U.S. and Russia?
Question, Josh. I would make a couple of points. First, from a military standpoint, just pure military dimension to this, being able to go deeper into Russia, just from a defensive standpoint, would very much be in the interest of the Ukraine, because just, in the fairness standpoint, Russia is certainly launching long-range weapons well into Ukraine, all the way into Western Ukraine. So I guess a lot of us wouldn't be too disappointed if they had the ability to do that. And in Russia, just to preclude Russia from launching, especially ballistic missiles and glide bombs, which are doing tremendous damage to civilian populations in Ukraine. The second thing is, we've consistently, every time that Russia has said that we're, crossing, I hesitate to use the term red line, but doing something that would cause them to react dramatically, they've kind of backed down. So a lot of us are less concerned about that, and I would fall back with what I started. From a military standpoint, I think using ATACMS, which is the primarily weapon systems we're looking at, for longer range strikes to make it more difficult for Russia to launch, especially glide bombs, but also ballistic missiles into all parts of Ukraine, would be, from a military standpoint, would make sense.
Do you think, because it was obviously assumed that Zelensky, when he travels here, would meet with Biden and Harris, but it's kind of up in the air about whether or not he'll meet with former President Donald Trump, who, of course, is the nominee for the Republican Party and could return to the presidency in just a few months. So my question is he likely to meet with Trump as well, and would that be fairly significant?
Josh, the reporting that I've seen this morning indicates that he is going to meet with former President Trump, and I think that just, makes sense. We've got a very important election coming up, and I think, for any foreign leader, and certainly President Zelensky, it makes sense for him to reach out to both of the presidential candidates that we've got now. I also understand he's going to be meeting with members of the Congress, both Democrats and Republicans. And I think that makes sense, too, not the least because we need a new budget here, which we don't have starting on October 1st. And part of that will have impact on the level of support we can provide for Ukraine. So I think he's just, meeting with all the government officials from both parties that you would expect him to during an election year.
What sort of effect could the U.S. election have on the war in Ukraine and the U.S. support to Ukraine as, we're getting a little bit closer to that 3-year mark, which would be next February?
I think everybody's watching the election, not just President Zelensky, but also there's been some surprising reporting on President Putin. In fact, he gave a talk, I want to say last week, in the eastern regions of Russia, which suggested he's paying very, very close attention to both candidates and actually provided a lot of detail about the vice president, which was surprised a lot of people. So everybody's keeping an eye on the election. And I think depending upon how it comes out, the level of support for Ukraine by the United States could be impacted. And we'll just have to wait and see what happens with that.
My last question for you here before I let you go, and it's a big one. Can Ukraine actually win its war against Russia without the type of support from the U.S. that they have right now?
That's a great question. I think, the key word is win. How do you define win? I think from a practical standpoint, the important thing is that we have a sovereign, independent, democratic Ukraine in the future, whatever that looks like. The territorial impacts in terms of what that is going to look like in terms of areas of Ukraine that'll probably be occupied by Russia to some degree in the future, need to be a negotiation. And the most important part of that, I would say, Josh, is that it's up to the Ukrainians. We need to support them. Whatever decision the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian people make in terms of any kind of ceasefire or peace accord is entirely up to them, and we should look forward to supporting them.
All right, Bob, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break it all down. Of course, that visit from Zelensky will be next week. Anything you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Just that it's a pivotal time for them, and I think that the peace plan, the victory plan that President Zelensky will be rolling out, will be impacted by one other factor which we haven't touched on, which is the Russian territory in Kursk, which is currently occupied by the Ukrainians. I think that is part of the overall plan, in addition to the diplomacy and the security guarantees. A final point which need to be made, an essential part of any kind of negotiated solution to what's going to take place relative to Ukraine would be very, very strong security guarantees for Ukraine. Nothing like the weak ones that they've had on at least 4 occasions going back about 15 years. So the security guarantees will be important, and I'm sure we in the NATO alliance and European partners will be part of that.
All right, Bob, thank you again for being here with us and breaking it all down. We appreciate it.
Good to see you, Josh. Have a good day.
You too. And of course, we will have live coverage of that trip all throughout the next week. And we do know that he will address the United Nations General Assembly while he's here. We always have a camera inside, so we should be able to bring that speech to you live, raw, and unfiltered here as Zelensky does visit the United States again next week. The time now 8:10 on the East Coast and 5:10 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm going to be here for the next hour or so to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. Do have to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but before we go, do want to take you out to this beautiful live image that we have showing the White House in D.C. and one of my favorite shots, that is Lady Liberty there in the distance in New York City. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:12 on the East Coast and 5:12 on the West Coast. Every week, we do bring you the news conferences that are held with House Democrats, House Republicans, as well as Senate Democrats and Senate Republicans. I want to dip in and listen as Hakeem Jeffries did take the podium here and provided some answers to reporters asking a variety of questions. This was his first news conference in a little over a month. So let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
To make a difference in the lives of the American people. And throughout this Congress, House Democrats have governed from the minority as if we were in the majority, in order to deliver real results for everyday Americans and to solve problems for hardworking American taxpayers. Our commitment remains the same. But we need traditional Republicans to break with MAGA extremists and partner with us so we can keep the government open and meet the needs of the American people. What's the challenge? Donald Trump has ordered extreme MAGA Republicans in the House to shut the government down unless they can jam parts of Trump's Project 2025 agenda down the throats of the American people. That's a non-starter. We will not let the American people be extorted by extreme MAGA Republicans who are trying to turn back the clock, undermine freedom, and suppress the vote because they don't believe they can make a compelling case to the American people on November 5th. Questions?
Jeffries, you said in June that with regard to the appointments of Ronnie Jackson and Scott Perry to the House Intelligence Committee, that if Democrats take the majority, you, quote, a different decision would be made. Do you plan to decline to reappoint those two individuals to the committee if the Republican leader reappoints them? And would any other Republicans be at risk of exclusion from committees?
To be continued.
So have you talked directly with Johnson about what this next play might be, or is it just anticipated that we're waiting for the Senate here? I mean, is there any negotiation at all in terms of saying, okay, I can deliver this many numbers on a straight CR, nothing like that?
The House has a responsibility to keep the government open and meet the needs of the American people. Pursuant to the United States Constitution, all appropriations bills have to initiate in the House of Representatives. The extreme MAGA Republicans are determined to shut the government down and hurt everyday Americans because they are on an ideological crusade. This is not anti-woke week. It's Project 2025 week. In fact, every week is Project 2025 week because that is the extreme MAGA Republican agenda. And we're determined to stand up for the American people. I have not spoken to Speaker Johnson today or subsequent to the collapse of the House Republican shutdown bill, but time is short. Our staffs are in communication with each other, and what occurs over the next few days will be determinative as to whether we can find the common ground necessary to fund the government, avoid a shutdown, and meet the needs of the American people. This should not be complicated. In May of last year, more than 300 members of the House of Representatives, including a majority of House Republicans, supported the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act, which set top-line spending numbers for fiscal year 2025. And we all agreed that partisan policy writers would be left out of any appropriations bills. House Republicans are violating their own agreement. Why? Because they want to jam Trump's Project 2025 agenda down the throats of the American people, and in the alternative, shut down the government. That's reckless and irresponsible. We will continue to stand up for the American people.
Would that include money for the Secret Service?
Just to follow up on Chad's question, you said you haven't spoken to Speaker Johnson since the bill on his proposal failed last night. Can you characterize more generally what your conversations with the Speaker have been on this? Or are you guys on the same page about how this ultimately will end? Does the Speaker understand that this is leading towards a clean CR?
Any private conversation with Speaker Johnson will remain private. However, there's nothing inconsistent between what I may say to Speaker Johnson privately and what we are saying publicly. This is not complicated. We have already reached an agreement connected to the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act with respect to the top-line spending number for fiscal year 2025. And we will not accept any partisan right-wing policy changes to current law. That was an agreement that we reached last year, and we expect that agreement to be kept. We are also, as House Democrats, not going to allow Republicans to cut $12 billion in funding for veterans' health care that would undermine our ability to meet the needs of veterans who are suffering painful exposure to toxic substances, burn pits, and Agent Orange. As House Democrats, we will not let extreme MAGA Republicans shortchange our military readiness to the tune of $6 billion. And we will also not let House Republicans fail to meet the needs of the American people who are suffering from the harmful impact of extreme weather events by shortchanging the American people by $25 billion. And so there's nothing inconsistent with that public position that I might otherwise say to Speaker Johnson privately.
Are you, again, willing to come to Johnson's rescue, in a sense, on this? Because a shutdown, obviously, even just a 2-hour shutdown or whatever, might very well accrue better towards the Democrats and Democratic candidates.
Our position has always been we're going to do the right thing by the American people and continue to govern in a common sense, bipartisan manner to deliver real results for everyday Americans. With respect to any future motion to vacate, our view has always been we will evaluate it on a case-by-case basis.
I'm not talking about the motion to vacate. I'm talking about coming to his rescue to keep the government open.
Well, it's not coming to Mike Johnson's rescue, which is why I was confused a bit by the question. It's coming to the rescue of the American people. That's our job, is to make sure we meet the needs of the American people in terms of their health, safety, national security, and economic well-being. Democrats have repeatedly demonstrated that we will do what is necessary to deliver real results for everyday Americans. We want to avoid a shutdown, but we are also not going to pay the MAGA extremists' ransom demand of jamming parts of Trump's Project 2025 into an appropriations bill and down the throats of the American people.
Can you just lay out some of your top concerns about the SAVE Act, which has been attached to the spending bill?
It's a voter suppression bill that is simply designed to enact parts of Trump's Project 2025 agenda. Current law is very clear. It's very clear. What is so complicated about the fact that only citizens under the United States Constitution and federal law are permitted to vote in federal elections?
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Now, I want to talk about Amber Thurman, the black woman who died of sepsis after being denied medical care due to Georgia's abortion ban. Now, she was only 28 years old and left behind a young child. She's just one of many who has suffered greatly due to the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision. But what message can you send those who feel hopeless around matters of reproductive freedom?
Yeah, my heartfelt condolences go out to Amber's family. This should never have happened, and it is a direct result of Donald Trump and extreme MAGA Republican efforts to kill the protections of Roe v. Wade and now to pursue a national abortion ban. It's part of their agenda. Their agenda is very clear. The extreme MAGA Republican agenda is very clear. A national abortion ban, Trump's Project 2025, and massive tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and big corporations. That's their agenda. And the hope that the American people should feel on this issue is that as Democrats led by President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, we believe in a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. We support access to contraception and birth control. We support IVF. The extreme MAGA Republicans do not. And as soon as we have the opportunity to act, House Democrats will swiftly pass the Women's Health Protection Act that will restore the protections of Roe v. Wade and beyond in terms of access to contraception, freedom of movement and travel, as well as access to IVF. This is in the hands of the American people over the next 47 days. And it's clear that the American people stand on the side of reproductive freedom.
Thank you.
Thanks. Chad?
The cap on salt sunsets next year, as it stands right now. If you become speaker, which you certainly want to be, would under any circumstances would you put legislation on the House floor that would either cap in part or in whole salt going forward?
We are committed to making sure we reverse the damage that was done by the extreme MAGA Republicans in connection with the 2017 GOP tax scam, which capped the state and local tax deduction. And for many middle-class families in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Illinois, and California, as well as other parts of the country, all but eliminated the state and local tax deduction in a meaningful way and resulted in tax increases for middle-class families, in some cases by thousands of dollars. The irony of all ironies is that the former president shows up in Nassau County yesterday with House Republicans like Congressman D'Esposito, Elise Stefanik, couldn't even pronounce her name correctly. How much did that hurt? And so many others who were responsible for detonating the state and local tax deduction or have failed to restore it and now want to claim that they're going to come to the rescue. They were the arsonists who burned down the state and local tax deduction, and they have no credibility in trying to pretend right now that they'll be the firefighters. We will work in a bipartisan way to restore the state and local tax deduction. But here's why the November election is so important on this issue. The state and local tax deduction cap will lapse on its own as of December 31st, 2025. It will lapse on its own. No action is required. And so who has the gavels on January 3rd in the 119th Congress will determine whether the state and local tax deduction is restored in full or whether it continues to be capped in a way that hurts middle-class families.
Thank you. You made clear that you want a clean short-term CR, but there's a group of senators that want some emergency relief for natural disasters. There are others who want some emergency funding for the Secret Service. When you say clean, are you willing to accept anything at all, or do you mean it just has to extend 24 funding as it currently exists?
Yeah, we are open-minded about meeting the needs of the American people in the context certainly of disaster assistance. And we've got to get the Secret Service into a position where its protectees can be shielded in the most maximum way possible from harm. That means President Biden, former President Trump, Vice President Kamala Harris, Governor Tim Walz, Senator J.D. Vance, or anyone else who may fall within the scope of Secret Service protection. In the House, we have a bipartisan task force led ably by Congressman Jason Crow on our side that's working in good faith with House Republicans to assess the situation in terms of the failures to date connected to the Secret Service and to come up with recommendations as to how do we prevent the type of situation, the type of close call that has now occurred with the former president from ever happening again. We're committed to that exploration and turning the situation around with respect to the Secret Service, but I do not want to get out ahead of the bipartisan recommendations from the task force that will be forthcoming.
But disaster relief you could accept on CR?
A disaster relief, I think, is probably ripe for a Four Corners agreement. And That's not to say that addressing the Secret Service is not ripe at this point in time, but that investigation is still ongoing by this bipartisan task force, and they haven't presented any recommendations to us at this particular point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Going back to New York, the former president, as you mentioned, was able to say New York and California are key to you all winning the majority. You've expressed confidence in the prospects in New York. How confident are you in the work that you and local leaders have done to shore up the state and win back that state after Donald Trump said that not only will House Republicans keep the House, he's going to win New York? Just what's your reaction to that comment, and how confident are you that those seats that Republicans won in 22, you all will win back in 24?
It's a laughable suggestion by the former president, Donald Trump, that he's going to win New York. He will not win New York, and it will not be close. And for the life of me, many of us can't figure out why the so-called swing seat Republicans in New York have tethered themselves so closely to Donald Trump. The explanation is that they've been exposed as extreme MAGA Republicans and have stopped trying to pretend to be moderate, because that hasn't worked. And so we, under the leadership of Governor Kathy Hochul and partnership with Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, feel as though we are prepared to do what's necessary to make our best possible case to voters in all of the contested congressional elections in New York. Governor Hochul should be commended for leading a significant effort to strengthen the New York State Democratic Party, and in partnership with Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, who's done an incredible job, stand up a coordinated campaign for the first time in modern New York history that rivals anything that we've seen in battleground states across the country.
All right, that was Hakeem Jeffries, of course, the House Minority Leader, who was answering questions from reporters there. Now, we always play those for you in full here on Live Now from Fox. We brought you the House Republicans a bit earlier, so wanted to make sure we brought you the House Democrats there as well. Again, you can watch them in full when they are live here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to remind you, if you were watching a moment ago, you could see that live image of New York City, as we do expect soon a rally will get underway for the hostages that are still being held in Gaza following the October 7th attack last year by Hamas on Israel. Again, as of now, 101 hostages still being held, so that rally expected to get underway outside of the United Nations, and we should have images coming in just a bit. Later on tonight, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, the United Nations is set to discuss the situation between Israel and Hezbollah, including the attack a bit earlier on this week that included the explosion of pagers as well as walkie-talkies. We'll have that for you here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to a quick break, but a lot more live coverage to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Do want to get back into the headlines here as an Alaska man is now accused of sending at least 465 messages to the Supreme Court, including threats to assault, kidnap, and murder 6 of the justices, as well as their family members. A 22-count indictment identifies the man as 76-year-old Panos Anastasio and alleges he sent the messages through the court's website starting in March of last year. The indictment did not name the justices who were targeted, though. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland saying the suspect made, quote, repeated heinous threats to murder and torture Supreme Court justices and their families to retaliate against them for decisions that he disagreed with. I do want to talk more about all of this here, so let's bring in John Torres, the president of Security and Technology Consulting at Guidepost Solutions. He also served as acting director of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and was special agent in charge for Homeland Security investigations in D.C. and in Newark, New Jersey. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
My pleasure, Josh. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, I do know that you have some insight here as far as how serious the government does take these threats. Now, it's important to note that this guy sent more than 400 messages, according to the DOJ, many of them about kidnapping, torturing, murdering the justices. So when the government gets a hold of that, how serious do they take something like this?
Very seriously. And we're talking about multiple agencies that have jurisdiction over responding to these types of threats. So you have the FBI, State Department, Secret Service, and U.S. Marshals all have the most protectees under their care. And so when they get a message like this, especially a threatening message, the first thing they have to do is take a look at what is the nature of the threat. For example, was it made in jest in a public setting at a bar amongst friends? Or was it sent directly to the principal or to a court website, for example, as we saw here, to someone that's under their protection? Also, they want to find out, does the person who is making a threat, once they identify who it is, have the capability to carry out those threats? And then, of course, what they're looking at is the background of that person. Do they have a past criminal history? Have they made past threats? Or are we talking about a young teenager that's just trying to pull a prank? So obviously, they take these things very seriously.
I want to talk about the situations that we've seen unfold over the past several months with the 2 attempted assassinations against former President Trump. Do you think that those play any sort of role in how the government is reacting to these threats that are coming about? Has that changed anything about the quick reaction time and that sort of thing?
Well, that's actually a great question, and I can answer that as having been the former special agent in charge of Homeland Security offices. I can tell you that those 2 attempts have made it very clear to all law enforcement agencies that this election year is more toxic and polarizing than anything I've seen over my 27-year career. And so really what that means is authorities have to react much more quickly, err on the side of caution, and actually neutralize the threat as quickly as possible. When I say neutralize, that means they may go knock on the door and do an interview and let the suspect know they know who they are and what they're doing, or they will even take them into custody and arrest them if they have enough evidence to do that.
A lot of times you'll hear folks say, I'm using a lot of different technology. There's no way that authorities will ever be able to track me down. And how easy is it for those authorities to track the origin of the threats and pinpoint who is actually responsible?
Well, it depends on the sophistication of the threat. I mean, it's not so simple, especially when you're dealing with anonymous online or internet-generated threats. Suspects have a way of masking their IP addresses, creating fake identities and profiles, and also redirecting their locations to make it look like they're overseas. But federal agents do have the ability to work through all of those obstacles. And what really you have to pay attention to here is when they're doing that, depending on how sophisticated the threat is, it may take more time. And in some instances, it's time they may not have.
As far as the number goes, we know in some cases you have maybe 1, 2, 3 threats that are taken. In this case, as I mentioned, the DOJ saying that there were more than 400. Does that change anything when you think about the number of them? Because this person would have had to have been sending them over the course of several months, maybe 1 a day, if not more.
Yeah, I was looking at the number. It was nearly 1 a day for a year and a half. And Absolutely, yes. You have to assume, again, if you're erring on the side of caution, you have to assume that the person who makes multiple threats over a sustained period of time is more likely to carry out those threats than a person that may make a single individual threat in the heat of the moment, one of those passion reactionary type of threats based on a Supreme Court decision, for example. But ultimately, even single threats still need to be investigated, which ultimately taxes the resources of that are available to the agencies at that time. So 100% yes, if someone is sending a lot of threats like that, they have to take that much more seriously.
I don't know if you can provide any sort of insight into this, but do high-profile figures like the folks that we've seen here, we're talking about Supreme Court justices, have these threats that are made against them more often than maybe people realize? Because we hear about some of the cases, but I imagine we're not hearing about nearly all of them. Unfortunately,
yes. There are many more threats that are taking place than the general public knows. Just looking at the marshals' numbers, and they have the responsibility for protecting the federal judges, their numbers over the last 5 years have tripled. They had about 179 serious threats back in 2019. And then a year ago in 2023, that number jumped up to 457. But what's really more telling here is beyond just the serious threats, which are obviously very significant, they also document all the threatening, harassing communications that come through, targeting the federal courts, the judges, the prosecutors, and their staff. And just over the last several years alone, they've had over 27,000 of those threatening communications, which, according to the marshals, say it's a volume that they consider to be unprecedented in their 234-year history. So sadly, these threats are ongoing all the time, and we haven't even had the numbers to take a look at for this year, which, as you know, is an election year, which is a little bit more volatile than what we normally are used to. For sure. And as far as the American people knowing about this, as I mentioned, we don't know about all of these that are happening. There's a lot that's going on behind the scenes. So why is it so important, in your opinion, and based on your expertise, for the American people to know that this is happening? Well, it really demonstrates to what extremes people will take to influence our courts. Our country's justice system relies on, in part, on independent, impartial, and qualified judges who decide these cases according to facts and law, not on special interests or powerful majorities or coercion from outside forces. These threats are the coercion that people are trying to have an effect to make judges have decisions or to prevent them from carrying out their jobs. And that's obviously critical for our judicial system. John Torres, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break it all down. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go? Well, we're going to have to pay attention to see how many more threats are going to be happening in the next couple of months, especially as we go through the election here. All right, John, thank you again for being here. Have a good rest of your day. You too. Thanks, Josh. And I do want to take you back out to some of the information here if you are just joining us, as we know that an Alaska man is accused of sending at least 465 messages to the Supreme Court, including threats to assault, kidnap, and murder 6 of the justices, as well as their family members. A 22-count indictment identifying the man as 76-year-old Panos Anastasio alleges that he sent the messages through the court's website starting in March of last year. Now, the indictment not naming the justices who were targeted, but it is likely that more information will come out in the coming days. Do want to head to a quick break now at 8:43 on the East Coast and 5:43 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:45 on the East Coast and 5:45 on the West Coast. We always check in with our different Fox affiliates across the country to get their stories that they're working on, and many of them are on a national level, so we like to pass them along to you at home. Our Fox 5 DC team spoke with an expert to break down how men and women are reacting differently to the current campaign for president, as we are just 45 days away from Election Day.
Will votes. But there's a new concern about how men are responding to the candidates, especially with a woman at the top of the ticket for only the second time in history. Let's talk about with Bill Scher from Washington Monthly. He's back up late with me on the Final Five. Bill, you are doing something called the Gender Gap Tracker, but not, I think, in the way that we usually look at issues of gender on the ballot.
I'm not aware of anyone else doing this, but I'm trying to take every poll that comes out that makes publicly available their gender breakdowns, stick them in a spreadsheet, and see if we can tell how well Kamala Harris is performing relative to past recent Democratic candidates, because we saw a very different gender gap when it was a Democratic male at the top of the ticket, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, who won, versus Hillary Clinton, who lost. And so is Kamala performing more like Barack and Joe, or is she performing more like Hillary? That's the question.
So what are the trends you're seeing so far?
Well, what I'm seeing, I'm in the middle of week 3. The first week was the week right after the convention, and Kamala was doing well in that spate of polls. Her performance with men was around 44%, which is closer to where Biden and Obama were. They were like 46, 47. Hillary with men was 41. And keep in mind, when you're polling, there's still some undecideds in the mix usually. So you're going to be a little bit low even. And Trump was doing better with men than the week before. It was a little bit more like the Hillary scenario. Now, this week, we're getting these post-debate polls. It's looking a lot better for Kamala. And what I would call the gender gap tilt, how much better is she doing with women than Trump is with men? That tilt is 5 points. She's running about 10-point margin with women. Trump's running about a 5-point margin with men. That's not good enough probably for Trump to win.
So as we look at this and look at the trends here, because something I've seen a lot of people discuss, and I think it's a conversation worth having, is there are a lot of men who feel as though maybe they lean Democratic in the past, but they feel like there's not room for them. Their concerns aren't being addressed in a party right now where there have been a lot of talk about issues. Maybe some might describe them as more woke issues out there. They feel like they're being left out in the cold. I mean, is that a fair assessment right now, that maybe in all this outreach that men aren't? And I really, look, I'm going to say right now, Bill, I realize how incredibly sexist that might seem to some people watching here. But is that a valid assessment that some people may have?
We're just talking politics here, no judgments, okay? But this is what the tracker is supposed to assess.
Yeah.
How is this campaign being absorbed by men and women? Let's call a spade a spade. Trump is playing a lot of cards designed to make Kamala look small, calling her dumb as a rock, low IQ. That kind of stuff has a arguably misogynist undertone to it, but sometimes being mean works. Is it working? Is Kamala's approach, where on one hand, very heavy emphasis on reproductive freedom, but otherwise, when she's talking about the economy, I'd say that's more gender neutral. How is that being responded to? So far, again, looking at these post-debate polls, she is pretty close to where Obama and Biden were. That's saying to me that the Trump attack on Kamala is not landing very well with men broadly enough for him to turn that gender gap into his favor. We've seen some evidence that Gen Z men are trending fairly Trumpy relative to Gen Z women who are very liberal. So there may be pockets within these numbers that may run counter to your perceptions. But overall, it seems like Kamala is navigating this gender gap better than Trump is.
All right, so as we're looking at about a little less than 50 days to go until Election Day, I mean, looking at these numbers, do you see, I mean, you've been through a lot of these cycles before, do we see Trump maybe changing the approach at all? He's been somebody somebody who pretty much knows what the play to appeal to his base. Is there a play to be made here, or is it going to be business as usual between now and then?
I've not seen Trump be the kind of candidate who changes gears. He does what he does.
Yeah.
If you were being a political professional, you might look at these numbers and go to your boss and say, you know what, this dumb as a rock stuff isn't doing the trick. You might want to ease up on that and try something else. I think Trump's approach typically is, I don't believe that poll. And look, polls can be wrong. There's margin of error here. The difference between Kamala getting to 46 and 41 is kind of a margin of error deal. So you could shrug it off and say, I don't believe it. I'm going to do what I do. So I expect Trump to stick with what he does, which is very sharp elbows, even though the numbers aren't telling me that that's working right now.
Bill Scher from Washington Monthly, and of course you can read more about the Gender Gap Tracker through his social media accounts, and we'll push out a link to Monthly. Bill, good to see you again. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
A big thank you there to our Fox 5 DC team. We do play our different Fox affiliates coverage of different live events here on Live Now from Fox. What you were looking at moments ago was a camera that is over at that hostage rally that is expected to take place for the 101 hostages still being held in Gaza. That is in New York City, outside of the United Nations. But I can tell you right now, I'm looking at that shot. It was kind of going all over the place, and right now the camera's upside down. So to prevent any sort of motion sickness here on Live Now from Fox, we're instead going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. The time now 8:52 on the East Coast and 5:52 on the West Coast. We'll be right back here with more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage in just a matter of minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:55 on the East Coast and 5:55 on the West Coast. I do want to head back to a story that is developing out of Kentucky that we've been covering all throughout the morning here. Take a look at your screen. As we know, the sheriff of a rural county in Kentucky has been charged with murder after investigators say he shot and killed a judge in his courthouse chambers. This is video that you're about to see from the scene Thursday outside of that courthouse in Letcher County. Now, Letcher County is about 140 miles southeast of Lexington and located there on the Virginia state line. Whitesburg, where this happened, is a town of about 1,700 people. A spokesperson for Kentucky State Police saying that Sheriff Sean Stein shot District Judge Kevin Mullins several times after an argument that happened inside of that courthouse. Mullins, who served in that judge role for about 15 years, was pronounced dead, and state police say the sheriff surrendered at the scene. Now, Sheriff Steins is not being held in the jail in his county, but instead in nearby Leslie County. He's charged with first-degree murder, and Kentucky State Police did hold a very brief news conference saying that they do expect to provide more information later today. However, I do want to play that 2-minute statement here from Kentucky State Police as they provide the basics.
Kentucky State Police Post 13 has received a call shortly before 3 p.m. In reference inside the Letcher County Courthouse. Multiple law enforcement agencies from around the area, along with emergency services, responded to the area and located District Judge Kevin Mullins with several gunshot wounds. Life-saving measures were taken, however, were unsuccessful. He was pronounced deceased on scene by Letcher County Coroner's Office. At that time, preliminary investigation indicated that Letcher County Sheriff Mickey Sean Steins fired at District Judge Kevin Mullins following an argument inside the courthouse.
Now, was there any motive, or was this just, did he go there to do that, or what do you...
At this time, that's questions that we're still trying to get answers to, what led up to the actual shooting itself and the moments prior to.
Sir, did the shooting take place inside the judge's chambers?
That's correct.
Was anyone else present?
There was other people present inside the building as well.
But not inside the chambers?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is there video, a camera that's inside that chamber?
As far as I'm aware, I think there is video from within the facility.
Are you able to tell us where those gunshots were at and the bodies?
As far as locations, I do not. That's information that I don't know. And again, that's stuff that will be uncovered and identified later on.
How many shots?
At this time, we don't know.
Did you speak to any of the witnesses you mentioned?
Me personally, I did not. Every witness that was inside the building will be interviewed as standard protocol throughout the investigation.
The sheriff turned himself in?
That's correct. He was arrested on scene without incident shortly after officials arrived.
Do we know if he's personal?
At this time, I am unable to answer.
Do we know if he's cooperated yet?
As far as I know, yes.
Do we know what charges are pending for him?
Sheriff Steins was placed under arrest and transported to a correctional facility. He was charged with one count of murder in the first degree.
All right, so again, we are waiting on an updated news conference that should happen with Kentucky State Police a bit later on today. But again, the sheriff in Letcher County now charged with shooting and killing a district judge there inside of the courthouse. Again, Letcher County is about 140 miles outside of Lexington, located right there on the Virginia state line. Once we find out when that news conference will be, we will make sure to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned, we are waiting on that hostage rally to get underway over in New York City. This is going to be outside of the United Nations. So once that does get underway, we will make sure to bring it to you here on Live Now, but it looks like the camera is still kind of shaking all over the place, so we're not going to pop it up for you just yet. But again, once it does begin, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now. In the meantime, do want to check in with Nate Foy on the ground over in Tel Aviv, providing the latest on the battles between Israel and Hezbollah.
The enemy crossed in this operation all the rules, laws, and red lines.
A possible declaration of war. That's how Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah described back-to-back days of explosions in Lebanon. A senior U.S. official says Israel compromised the terrorist group's communication devices and detonated them remotely. Nasrallah called the attacks a severe blow to Hezbollah and promised to punish Israel. Israeli fighter jets flew over Beirut during his speech. Nasrallah also promised Hezbollah will continue firing on Israel until it reaches a ceasefire deal with Hamas. Hezbollah killed 2 IDF soldiers and injured 8 Israelis during a strike. Israel fired back, hitting a weapons storage facility in southern Lebanon. An elite division of Israeli paratroopers and commandos await their assignment not far away. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant discussed strategy with top military leaders.
This is a new phase of the war. It bears opportunities, but also significant risks.
60,000 Israelis remain evacuated from their homes in the north. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with French leaders urging diplomacy over military action.
We don't want to see any escalatory actions by any party that make that even more difficult.
There is a real problem that needs to be resolved when it comes to northern Israel and southern Lebanon.
The intelligence war continues adjacent to the battlefield. This Israeli man appeared in court accused of conspiring with Iran to assassinate Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Israeli Air Force launched massive airstrikes in southern Lebanon, and as a result of that, the IDF advised residents in the north who have not evacuated from their homes to stay near shelters as they await a response from Hezbollah. In Tel Aviv, Nate Foy, Fox News.
All right, Nate, thank you so much for that report. And I do want to get to some breaking news that we are covering now out of the Middle East. All of this information still developing, but over a matter of a few hours, an estimated 150 rockets have been fired from Lebanon at northern Israel. The Israel Defense Forces urging residents in the north to stay near their bomb shelters. And this really just sort of showing the escalation that is taking place between Israel and Hezbollah. All, of course, after we saw those explosions earlier on this week. That's what you're seeing on the screen right there. Those were pager explosions for pagers that belong to Hezbollah terrorists, as well as explosions of walkie-talkies as well. A lot to discuss here, so I do want to bring in Javad Ali, an associate professor of practice here at the University of Michigan. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help kind of break this down.
Of course, Josh, always nice to be with you.
All right, so first off, I do want to ask you overall your thoughts here as you hear 150 rockets there fired by Hezbollah, presumably over there in Lebanon at northern Israel. I mean, that is a lot. It does show what appears to be an escalation.
So, Josh, if these reports are true to your viewers and listeners, it does sound like a lot, but Hezbollah has also been trading rocket fire with Israel on the northern border of Israel for almost a year now. So unfortunately, this is not new in the pattern of activity. The volume might be a little more significant, but even if it's 150, I mean, that is just scratching the surface of the inventory of these types of weapons that Hezbollah has. And I would have to believe that based on what Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah said yesterday in the previous clip, went over some of those remarks, that this is just sending a message as well. But I don't believe that this is the retaliation that he warned about. This is just an opening salvo, so to speak. But Hezbollah has far, far more capability to threaten Israel and launch these kind of attacks, but much bigger in scale and scope. So there's probably a lot going into this moment right now, but I don't think it's the retaliation that Nasrallah sort of suggested yesterday.
And what you're looking at on your screen right now is a live look over the Israel-Lebanon border. It's a shot that we've shown a lot over the past several months as the situation has progressed between Israel and Hezbollah. I did want to ask you talked a little bit about that. I call it retaliation, but in reality, Israel has not claimed responsibility for the pager explosions or the walkie-talkie explosions, but Hezbollah has said they know Israel is responsible. What do we expect that any kind of quote-unquote retaliation could look like? Do we have any sort of idea?
Well, even though Israel has not officially claimed responsibility, pretty much everybody outside of the Israeli government has assumed that Israel is responsible, or stated Israel has been responsible. And the fact that they did not use military weapons the way that they've been fighting the war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip, or even the operations they've conducted against Hezbollah, suggests that this was probably an intelligence-driven operation. Mossad would be sort of considered a covert operation or covert activity. So that's why Nasrallah continues to say that we're going to hold Israel responsible for this. And then getting into what could be next, as I mentioned, Hezbollah possesses a vast inventory of rockets, cruise missiles, drones, short-range ballistic missiles, tens of thousands of fighters, a global terrorist attack capability. So you pool all of that together, and then I would have to imagine over the past few days, a menu of options has been presented to Nasrallah, and he's probably been in consultation with his key interlocutors in Tehran because of the relationship between Iran and Hezbollah. And then now it's a question of What will they do? When will they do it? What will it look like? And will it be viewed as proportional or escalatory against Israel? And these are all questions nobody really has the answer to right now.
I want to talk a little bit more about the situation in Gaza as we do get closer and closer to 1 year since the attack by Hamas on Israel that led to the Gaza war here. We do know that Israel has reportedly offered safe passage for Yahya Sinwar, as well as really just removing the troops, the fighting there in the Gaza Strip, in exchange for the release of all 101 remaining hostages. Is that something that Hamas is likely to accept?
Well, if these reports are true about the current deal that's on the table, that would suggest that either from the decision or the calculation from Prime Minister Netanyahu and the War Cabinet and the IDF that they've achieved most of their objectives against Hamas. They've degraded its military infrastructure. They've killed thousands of its fighters. They've eliminated a lot of its senior leadership, although Yahya Sinwar is still alive. Now, guaranteeing his safe passage suggests that they will try to honor that and remove the troops. Not clear, though, what happens next in terms of rebuilding Gaza or who will govern it. And then, another important issue, the return of the hostages. So if that's the deal on the table, will Hamas accept it? Unclear. And as we've talked about in previous interviews, Yahya Sinwar is very different from all the other political heads of Hamas. I mean, he's a incredibly ruthless guy, very tough-minded. He knows Israel has been targeting him for years. He was in prison for an Israeli jail for 20 years. So in his mind, he may not accept this deal. I mean, it's very difficult to know, just based on who he is and his history and personality. It may not be the deal that he accepts. And in the meantime, I think Israel is trying to end the war against Hamas and reallocate resources to potentially launch another war against Hezbollah. So I think that's part of the calculation, too, for a ceasefire.
Yeah, no, that's kind of how it's looking at this point as we see those things start to escalate. I do want to pop this image right up on your screen here, as we know that Israel police and the Shin Bet have said that they foiled an assassination attempt on Netanyahu, Gallant, and other high-ranking Israeli officials. We brought this as breaking news yesterday as the details started to come in, but there is still a lot to figure out. And by the way, that's the suspect there on your screen. But do we know how far along that plot was? If it was in the planning stages, if it was about to be carried out, or is all of that kind of unknown?
So interesting development, and just based on the reporting that I've seen over the past 24 hours, it suggests that it was more at the conceptual stage. That's probably the best way I could put it. It doesn't seem that that individual that you've shown was actually operational in the sense of either himself or anyone else he was going to try to sort of get into this plot, whether he had to pay them, recruit them, were ready to actually launch some kind of lethal attack against all the individuals you suggested. But regardless of whether it's conceptual versus operational, again, I think it was more conceptual, shows you that Iran over the past year will think about these kind of operations and use a really interesting set of assets or proxies or just pay people who they believe have the access to these kind of targets, and then sort of hide their hand to the extent possible. And this is how Iran traditionally operates in this world of clandestine intelligence and operations. They've also, if your listeners or viewers remember, over the past couple of years, they've launched similar kind of plots against President Trump, Mike Pompeo, John Bolton here in the United States, using sort of a similar pattern of activity. So this is the kind of operation we've seen Iran try time and time again when they're aiming at a very senior political figure, either here in the United States or perhaps overseas in Israel.
My last question for you here, I want to talk a little bit about the Iron Dome and the aerial defense system, because as we continue to talk about Hamas and Hezbollah, do they have the power to, let's say, overwhelm that Iron Dome as they are firing, in Hezbollah's case, apparently 150 rockets in a matter of hours?
So the Iron Dome capability was put to the test, if folks remember, in April when Iran launched a salvo of ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, drones at Israel based on sort of escalating tension then, and not only was Iron Dome activated, but there was a large coalition air presence that was also involved in shooting down those weapons. So, but that was 300. And again, it took a lot of capability to successfully intercept all of those weapons that were headed towards Israel, launched from Iran. Now, with respect to Hezbollah, as we talked about earlier, they have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of weapons, not maybe at the ballistic missile level that Iran has, but again, more on the short range side, but weapons that could hit 100, 200 miles into Israel. So if they choose to really activate a significant part of that capability, I'm not sure Iron Dome and the Arrow systems and the Patriot batteries and coalition aircraft and IDF aircraft, depending on the scale, it would be very, very difficult. I mean, it's obviously hard to say what it would look like, but Hezbollah has a lot of capability to potentially stress the system.
And Hezbollah overall does have more, I guess, materials, more ammo, that sort of thing than Hamas overall, right?
I mean, Hezbollah has transformed from the small clandestine terrorist organization that it was in the 1980s and was still incredibly destructive and caused a lot of damage. And pre 9/11 and before the rise of Al-Qaeda in the 1990s, Hezbollah had killed more Americans than any other terrorist group. So this is a group that has the blood of a lot of Americans on its hands. But again, in that transition from being a small clandestine terrorist group, over the past probably 20 years, they have become, for the most part, a professional army within Lebanon, even though it's not the army of the Lebanese government. And again, nobody really knows how many men are under arms, Hezbollah, but at least in the 20 to 40,000 range who are sort of regular, and then probably another 20 to 40 to 50,000 who would be mobilized in a crisis or an emergency, or if Israel invades southern Lebanon. So this is quantitatively and qualitatively a much different threat to Israel than Hamas is. And as I also mentioned, has a global attack capability that could launch a terrorist attack worldwide with very little notice as well. So we're heading into a very serious moment here, because if this war really gets underway between Israel and Hezbollah, not only will it have regional implications, but it could have global implications as well.
All right, Javed Ali, as always, a true expert. We appreciate you being here. Anything you want to add before I let you go?
No, again, Josh, I just think we're heading into a difficult moment. Whether on the Israel side and Hezbollah side, sort of cooler heads prevail and things don't escalate even beyond what we apparently is going on today. But if they do and things really ratchet up, then I think it's the fight would look even worse than the Israel-Hamas war, and that that's not a pleasant thing to think about. So it'll be very delicate kind of moment for the next few days.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see how this all plays out. Thank you again for being here with us today. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Josh.
And I do want to take you back out live to this image that we have showing the Israel-Lebanon border, as right now we are learning from the Israel Defense Forces that approximately 150 rockets have been fired from Lebanon over at northern Israel. People in that area being told to stay near their bomb shelters if they did not evacuate. They are getting those alerts on their phone. They are being urged by the government to pay attention to those alerts. 150 rockets more are possible here. As we get more details from the Israel Defense Forces and that region in general, we will bring you updates right here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we were also keeping an eye on this image that we do have coming in from outside the United Nations. This is over in New York City, but the shot kind of keeps going all over the place. And I don't want to give anyone motion sickness here, but it looks like the camera is now on the ground, so we're going to dip away from that. If we see any speakers walk up to the podium or the photographer is able to keep that camera still there, we will make sure to bring it to you. 9:15 on the East Coast and 6:15 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. You're watching Live Now from Fox, and we're going to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back here with more Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are live outside of the United Nations in New York City. As you can see, this rally that is getting underway for the 101 hostages that are still being held in Gaza. This, of course, after they were kidnapped on October 7th of last year, and we are nearing the one-year mark. Now, the camera having a few issues there. They're working to fix it. It seems as though we might have some audio there, but I do want to pop it up to see if we can hear anything. All right, it looks like the camera is starting to move again, but as you can see, this is a rally once again that is underway for the hostages still being held in Gaza. If there are speakers that pop up to the podium, we will make sure to bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to take you to a news conference that is just beginning. This is over in New York, and we are expecting to hear from Kathy Hochul, the governor there, as she delivers remarks on phones in schools. We do know that this has been a hot topic where they are being told that some students may not be able to have their phones anymore in school. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
I want to thank the New York State Parent-Teacher Association, the New York State School Boards Association, the New York State Council of School Superintendents, and the School Administrators Association of New York State. All of these organizations care deeply about children and education, and that is why we are all coming together to sound the alarm. We have circled the problem. We know the challenges that we face in our classrooms every day, and we're here today to talk about potential solutions. And so I am really excited to introduce this morning our next speaker, who needs no introduction at all for many reasons, because she has been out front on this issue for over a year now. The governor and I have been tackling the issue of predatory social media companies for over a year and have successfully passed legislation to get that issue resolved. And yes, that is huge. But we cannot stop there. This nation-leading legislation that we passed here in New York State must be considered at the federal level. We also need to start to talk about the influence of cell phones in our schools. Those of us who are in schools every day see the constant use of personal electronics, so not just the phones, but also the earbuds, the watches, and the other distractions. We see the impact they are having on our students' ability to focus, their ability to connect with their fellow students, to be out here in reality, right, instead of in a virtual world, and to engage in authentic learning. So when I told the governor that many of us in schools would welcome this conversation, that we need some state leadership on this issue, she took this and ran with it. She has been around the state holding listening sessions with educators, with parents, with community to talk about how we can solve this very real problem. And she's been clear that she is willing to take any and all action despite any political resistance, because this is the right thing to do for kids. That takes bravery, it takes guts, and I'm proud that she is the governor of the state of New York. Please join me in welcoming Kathy Hochul.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you. Yes, this is an extraordinary gathering of people that we could not have foreseen. We started talking about this a year ago. A few enlightened people came forward, people like Melinda, but others were not so sure we could take on something so bold and audacious. But that's right up my alley. I like to do that. The issues that others say are too hard to tackle and move on, I say bring them on. But when I have allies like NAACP and Melinda Person and all the others gathered here, our school board members, our PTA, our school superintendents, our districts, our principals, parents, I can say there's no stopping us. So we could not have imagined just a year ago a day like today. Absolutely not. And to have so many people here willing to stand up and do what is right. I want to acknowledge some of my colleagues in government. I noticed that we have Senator Shelley Mayer has joined us here. Senator Mayer. Assembly Member Pat Fahey has joined us. Pat Fahey. I saw Harvey Epstein here coming up from the city. Harvey, great to see you as well. The easiest thing in life is doing nothing, right? But when it comes to our kids on an issue like we're talking about today, doing nothing is simply not an option. And when I took office, I vowed change. I had seen that our mental health system here in the state of New York had languished from neglect, forgotten. No one talked about it, but yet New Yorkers were suffering. And you know who was suffering the most? Our kids. I can guarantee that every adult in this room does not wake up thinking about the pandemic anymore. COVID is in the rearview mirror for you. My friends, after listening to countless young people, it is still having an effect on their mental health today. What they went through for a year and a half, 2 years, has profoundly impacted their quality of life and their well-being. So we have to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge that these kids are suffering. And I made a commitment to transform New York's mental health system. And we do it, we don't go halfway. We boosted funding by $1 billion to show our commitment, investing in more psychiatric beds and services and setting aside millions of dollars to help kids with programs, suicide prevention efforts, eating disorder care, peer-to-peer programs. But you know what was so important to me? Was the school-based mental health clinics that when I was growing up, or my kids who are now adults were growing up, you wouldn't have thought you needed. But today, we need them. And we listen to the kids, we listen to parents. And I could not ignore the trends that were emerging beyond the pandemic. What else was having such a detrimental effect on our kids' mental health? And we learned that coinciding with the pandemic was the rise in addictive algorithms, intentionally designed by social media companies to grab your child, your student, and hold them captive. Every generation has struggles. I'm a former teenage girl. I know it's not the easiest time in life. I raised a teenage girl. I'm still around to talk about it, and we're very close now, okay? And none of this is news to you, but the parents and teachers of today are wrestling with something that is unprecedented. And you see this, all of you. I'm not telling you something that those of you who are in constant communication with our kids, our teachers, our administrators, our school boards, you know what I'm talking about. You're on the front lines. And I'm proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with NAACP and educators to say that, first of all, we have to make sure there's sufficient funding for our schools overall. We've increased school aid. Increased by over $5 billion in 2 years, the largest funding increase in history, and fully funding foundation aid for the first time ever. Tier 6 retirement benefits there to help our teachers. Overhauling the reading curriculum. I listened to Melinda, I listened to Randy Weingart, I listened to Mike Mulgrew about how we're teaching in our schools, why we're teaching reading and phonics based on a system that was put in place 20 years ago and is not successful. So I don't mind reaching into the world and saying we can do better. All these investments have been made with one sole purpose, to do what's best for our kids. But listen, there's something else going on. What we had to do was address these algorithms aggressively, because I'll never forget one of the roundtables I did locally. Number of high school students, they were describing to me what they were going through, and I felt as a mom, more than anything, my heart was breaking, because this young woman said to me, "We can't put down the phones in schools. We can't do it. You have to save us from ourselves." This was a cry for help. that hits you right here when you're a mom, you're a parent, you're a teacher who cares. You can't ignore that. What she was referring to was the fact that she'd be ostracized, that she had to know that the kids who were talking about what she was wearing that day or what she was saying, or what she was doing in school or their meeting in the lavatory, she needed to be connected, because if you weren't, you were a social outcast. But just imagine a world where no one has the phone with them. No one is an outcast. No one has to worry about being bullied when they should be paying attention to their teacher in the front of the classroom. This is the world we're talking about. The anxiety, the depression, the sadness that never seems to go away. I have close family members. I'm watching them spiraling. They need help. So we took on the social media companies. Not an easy task. I'll tell you that right now, not for the faint of heart. But I said to them, with all these threats of litigation against us, you're going to lose in court. I said, get out of the courtroom and get into my conference room. We can work on this together. We don't have to be adversarial, because I guarantee your corporate leadership, your CEOs, your employees also see what's going on with the product you're creating, and there must be limitations on this. Leave our children alone. Let them get some sleep at night. Don't be bombarding them 24 hours a day with messaging that they did not ask for. That's the whole nature of this. They're taking information about your child, your student, and monetizing their mental health by bombarding them with advertising and messaging over and over and over again. They can go to social media sites if they want to. They can go to support groups. They can go where they want to go. But this is about them being on the receiving end of something they did not ask for. So we changed the law. I thank our legislators. I thank Nili Rozek. I thank Andrew Gennardis for two leaders being champions, stood with me, and our Attorney General, Tish James. Last October, we did a press conference with our teachers and everybody. And we said, we are going to make sure that New York leads. We're going to be #1 in the nation in terms of how far we're willing to go, because the costs are so high if we do nothing. So, online privacy. You should not be capturing information about our kids and selling it. You should not be hitting them during nighttime hours. And parents should be able to be aware and turn off the addictive algorithms. You cannot send them this information anymore. And we got it through. The regulations being worked on, and the rest of the nation is paying attention. Look at Instagram this past week. Now, I'm not saying they went all the way. They have some more to do. But at least they took that step that everybody told me a year ago was impossible. Wait, how will we ever know whether it's someone under 18 or not? We don't have the ability to do that. So we cannot limit our activity with kids under 18. I said, really? You're tech companies. You know how to figure this out. Surprise, surprise, they figured it out. And that's what they did this week, and I need others to do that. So we're looking at this. We're looking at the Surgeon General report on how children are held captive. 3 hours is dangerous. The average is 5. I'm listening to teachers, 72% who say across the country this is a huge distraction. The teachers I met in person who said, I'm in competition. I'm trying to teach, I'm trying to engage, make eye contact, have a relationship with these kids, because that's how I can create a bond. And they're not even looking at me. I'm tired of this. This is getting too hard. Those are direct quotes from teachers who want to do their jobs. We have to help them as well. So let me say this. We are doing something. We're taking on the tech giants. They're starting to come around. We need Washington to do more. You'll hear more about that. And I thank Randy Weingarten for being a national leader on this and being our champion in Washington, D.C. Thank you, Randy. Thank you. But the cell phone in schools issues, I will tell you this. This has been an evolution for me personally. My kids were in middle school during Columbine, right? This is when you have that sense of security shaken to the core that something could happen to your child when they're out of your watch, something devastating, a shooting, mass shooting. I was listening to a lot of people who thought that you need to have that connection all day long, just in case something happens. And I realized my first thought was wrong. when I listened to law enforcement who said, if there is a crisis on the school grounds, there is a shooter running loose, the last thing you want happening is for your child to be looking on their cell phone, maybe videoing, sending messages, trying to go viral, and not paying attention to the adult in the room who is trained to get them to safety. All I need to hear was that from multiple members of law enforcement, and I said, you know what, you're right. And I also want our kids to grow up free from this influence throughout the day. I can't help what happens after hours. Mom and Dad, that's up to all of you. We need to do more. We need to set the example as well. Let's set the example as well. When it comes to the school day, I want our kids to be kids again. I want them to talk to each other in the hallways. I want them to yell and talk to each other in the schoolyard. I want them to communicate during lunchtime. I want them to develop the interpersonal relationships that are not occurring right now. Because I've said this many times, our number one job is to raise adults, not raise kids. Our job is to raise adults, fully functioning adults who emerge from childhood with the social skills that they develop in school settings. They're being denied that now because the cell phone has taken over human interaction. We can stop this now. We can work with the kids who've already had to deal with the stress and the anxiety and all those pressures. We can help them. But wouldn't it be fantastic to know that their younger siblings will enter a very different world, closer to our childhoods? When you were out and kicked a ball, you talked to someone on the phone for fun, you got together, went to the movies. Your world was not taken into a device. We owe that to our kids, my friends. We owe that to them. Let's right the wrongs of the past when nobody had the courage to stand up and say, this has gone too far. We did not have leaders like Melinda Person and everybody in this room say, enough is enough. Let's let our kids have a childhood free from this interference, this disruption. I guarantee they'll be able to emerge fully functioning in technology, go to the tech jobs. All the opposition I'm hearing, I can find an answer and say, no, this is more important. So my question is this: are you with me when it comes to saving our children right here and right now? Are you with me? Can we get this done? Do we have the political courage to stand up and do what's right? My friends, if the answer is yes, we will look back at this time and say, we finally saved the next generation of kids, and it all started in a room like this right here in Albany. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. Your time now, 9:35 on the East Coast, 6:35 on the West Coast. We were just listening to New York Governor Kathy Hochul as she was discussing Disconnected Conference, discussing phones in schools and social media. We are going to go away for a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, lots of live events and news to get to. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have a live event we want to take you out to in New York City in front of the United Nations as there's a protest over the hostages still being held in Gaza. And we did just hear from New York Attorney General Letitia James. Let's turn over there and listen in.
We are here together in a shared humanity, all of us. And I want to thank all of the groups that have gathered here today, 100 organizations who have stepped up, united in purpose. Yes, a round of applause. Not only to urge, but to act, and to make sure that we have the immediate return of every single hostage, and to demand that we bring every single hostage home now. Because on October 7th, we experienced a true act of heroism, terrorism, and violence, targeting the Jewish community. The most vicious act since the Holocaust. And more than 1,200 individuals were murdered. Murdered. Babies, families, seniors, and kids who simply wanted to dance, who wanted to dance in the night. And since then, 351 days, 101 human beings have been held in captivity, in hostage. 101 families who've never given up. 101 families who've never stopped fighting for their loved ones. 101 families who have lived through hell. And 101 families who simply want the return of their loved ones. And so it's up to us to lift them up, to wrap our arms around them, to do everything in our power to bring an end to their suffering, to never lose focus, to never lose faith, to never lose hope, and to bring them home now, and to say their names so that we will never forget. We must say their names and give life to each and every hostage, and show their faces and raise their faces now loudly so that individuals can see them all across this globe. Bring them home. So, each of us must use our power and our voice to demand that all of the hostages be released, and to continue to pray for all of the families, and to pray for all of the hostages, and to pray for all of those right now who are living in fear because of hate in our city, in our state, and in our nation. We will not live in fear and hate no more, because we are united as one. And I will continue to pray for all of the families who are hurting, because as a woman of faith, I see in the eyes of these young children, these young people who have been living in horrific conditions, who are hostages. They're 23, 24. They're just young children who want to live, who just wanted to dance. And so we have got to do everything that we can to bring them home, and to pray for all of the suffering, and to pray for peace, and to use the strength of our voices, and to let individuals know that we are united in purpose, so that these individuals can be released to their loved ones. Yes, I will not turn a blind eye to all that Hamas has done, and I will stand with all of the individuals who are suffering right now, and I will demand that your loved ones be returned to you in your loving arms. I will do it now. I will do it always. I will join with you in demanding that we bring them home. God bless you and thank you.
Again, you're watching a live event as New York Attorney General Letitia James just spoke. This is outside of the United Nations in New York City. This is a rally for the hostages that are still in Gaza. We do have to sneak in another break, but we will head back to that live event as soon as we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to take you back out to that live event in New York City as a rally is being held right now outside the United Nations for hostages still in Gaza. Let's turn up the sound and listen
in. The leaders of the world will come here to the United Nations General Assembly. The hostages issue is not going to be talked about. That the hostages issue is not about me, or about Keith, or about 100 hostages, the other 100 hostages who are still there. It's about the good overcoming the evil. It's about bringing justice to the world and setting innocent people free. I demand all the leaders of the world to stand up for those values, lead this world to be a better world, and bring them home now. Thank you.
Viva, we love you. We are here with you, and we will not stop until Keith is home and until they're all home. I want to invite Cantor Shimon Smith and Lizzie Slovetsky to sing a hymn.
Today we are here to demand the release of our precious hostages from anyone who has any power. But we cannot forget to demand their release from the one who is all-powerful, God. This is a prayer. It was written in the 11th century. Even though it is almost 1,000 years old, this prayer is so relevant today. It is about our brothers and sisters in captivity and delivering them from distress to comfort, from darkness to light. God, please hear this prayer. God, please bring them home.
We were just listening in to this rally outside the United Nations, just a prayer that they were just performing there as we were hearing from some people. Letitia James just spoke a little bit ago. We do have to jump away for another quick 2-minute break, our last one of this hour. When we come back, more events and news to get to. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's head right back out to New York City outside the United Nations as this rally is still ongoing.
2 weeks ago, after 11 months of torture, 6 human beings, including my sister Carmel, were brutally murdered. By Hamas while in captivity. They are not the only ones. Since October 7th, a total of 27 Israeli people that were kidnapped alive have been ruthlessly and fiercely murdered by Hamas while in captivity. I would like us all to share a moment of silence in their honor for Alexander, Eden, Almog, Ersh, Ori, my sister Carmel, and all other 21 souls who could have saved. Please stand with me as we pay our respects.
We are listening into this rally outside the United Nations right now. You can see that camera is moving around just a little bit, and it appears as though no one is speaking right now. We are going to turn up the sound for another second here to see if someone is going to begin speaking. Oh, looks like he has. Let's turn back up the sound.
And regret. Inspire you not to give up on a deal that can prevent the next moment of silence. Carmel, just 2 weeks ago, you were alive. You stayed strong and you fought for your life under the most dire and inhuman circumstances. You kept everyone strong in there. You cared about everyone with you. You saw every single one, but those who should have seen you didn't. We failed you, Carmel. We failed you. The country failed you. You and the world failed you. Your wisdom, courage, smile, and breathing will be always with us. We now know that your name, Carmel, together with Ersh and Eden, was written twice in 2 separate deals that were on the table. Your life could have been saved so many times. You were meant to be returned to your life and to your loved ones. We can't turn back the clock for you, Carmel, but we can control this moment. The time to act is now. We must do everything possible to give each and every remaining hostage their freedom back and to ensure their return to their lives and loved ones. We need to act now. We need to seal the deal to save lives now. We are standing here in front of the UN, the United Nations, where next week all the world leaders will gather together, leaders of nations that combining the United Nations. Every approach that I'm going to make to the organization is approaching the nations and the leader and the citizens of the world of the United Nations. The UN has decided time and time again not to take immediate action. We expect and demand the UN to stand on the right side of history, to act together for sake of the greater good, to hold Hamas accountable, to unite all nations together and to put this tragedy to an end. Instead, time and time again, the UN pushes for a resolution that only hurt Israel and do nothing for the hostages. The UN pushes for a resolution that helps and supports terrorist organizations such as Hamas and does nothing to ensure the safe return of the hostages. And even the slightest condemn is not enough. We should take Hamas apart now. There are many forces acting against all of us, but we cannot give up hope. From every individual standing with us here today to the top leaders of the world, we call to end this tragedy and demand the United Nations to act immediately and save this life now. We will not give up on all the hostages, and we will not allow the world to forget about them. Carmel's murder will not be in vain. Wake up and seal the deal now. Thank you very much.
השעות העייפות שלא נותנות לזמן לרוץ, הרגליים הכבדות שלא מוצאות סיבה ללכת.
והלילות כמו פנים שבתמונות, הכל עוצר מלכת כשאתה לא כאן.
מתעוררת מחלום, מרגישה אותך קרוב, וקוראת לך מתוך הלילה.
תחזור, תחזור היום. כל כך רציתי שתגיע, הלוואי תבוא בלי להודיע עוד היום.
מחכים ששוב תופיע, הלוואי תבוא בלי להודיע עוד היום.
השעות העייפות שלא נותנות לזמן לרוץ, הרגליים הכבדות שלא מוצאות סיבה ללכת, הימים והלילות כמו הפנים שבתמונות, הכל עוצר מלכת כשאתה לא כאן.
ומתעוררת מחלום,
ומרגישה אותך קרוב, ואז קוראת לך מתוך הלילה. תחזור, תחזור היום. כל כך רציתי שתגיע, הלוואי תבוא בלי להודיע עוד היום. אני מגדל שלום, מרחקים ששוב תופיע, הלוואי תבוא בלי להודיע עוד היום. הלוואי תבוא בלי להודיע עוד היום. אני מגדל שלום, מרחקים ששוב תופיע, הלוואי תבוא בלי להודיע עוד היום.
Bring them home! 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 Bring them home!
We are just listening into this rally outside the United Nations. It looks like the camera shot is going all over the place there. So we did just want to jump to another story related to the topic on the latest of what is going on in Israel and the conflict in the Middle East. So let's jump over to one of our reporters, our Fox News correspondents, to play just a little bit of that.
The enemy crossed in this operation all the rules, laws, and red lines. A possible declaration of war. That's how Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah described back-to-back days of explosions in Lebanon. A senior U.S. official says Israel compromised the terrorist group's communication devices and detonated them remotely. Nasrallah called the attacks a severe blow to Hezbollah and promised to punish Israel. Israeli fighter jets flew over Beirut during his speech. Nasrallah also promised Hezbollah will continue firing on Israel until it reaches a ceasefire deal with Hamas. Hezbollah killed 2 IDF soldiers and injured 8 Israelis during a strike Israel fired back, hitting a weapons storage facility in southern Lebanon. An elite division of Israeli paratroopers and commandos await their assignment not far away. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant discussed strategy with top military leaders.
This is a new phase of the war. It bears opportunities, but also significant risks.
60,000 Israelis remain evacuated from their homes in the north. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with French leaders urging diplomacy over military action.
We don't want to see any escalatory actions by any party that make that even more difficult. There is a real problem that needs to be resolved when it comes to northern Israel and southern Lebanon.
The intelligence war continues adjacent to the battlefield. This Israeli man appeared in court accused of conspiring with Iran to assassinate Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Israeli Air Force launched massive airstrikes in southern Lebanon, and as a result of that, the IDF advised residents in the north who have not evacuated from their homes to stay near shelters as they await a response from Hezbollah. In Tel Aviv, Nate Foy, Fox News.
We are also going to jump to another live event that is underway right now as Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is hosting a 2024 National Prisoners of War Missing Action Recognition Day ceremony. Let's turn up the sound there.
And his wife, Gloria. They're here today alongside their daughters, Adriana and Allison, and their son-in-law, John. Mike, ejected over Vietnam, was held prisoner for 2,402 days, over 6.5 years. Robert Shoemaker is here today as well. Robert Shoemaker also ejected from his plane over Vietnam, spending 8 years as a prisoner of war and coining the term Hanoi Hilton as a nickname of their prison. In June, I also met Chad Lindell, whose great uncle went missing when the B-24 he was piloting crashed after being hit by any aircraft fire in 1944. Chad's joined today by his wife, Christine, and Bill and Robin Bonnell. Bill's great uncle, Corporal Arthur Berry, was lost during the Korean War and is still unaccounted for. Thank you all for returning today, and thank you to the members of more than 30 families of missing who could attend. I also want to thank the military service and veteran service organizations here today. Thank you for your continued support of our military members and their families. Throughout the history of our nation, service members have answered the call to defend liberty. In wars fought on distant shores, battles waged on foreign soil, these heroes have faced trials many of us could scarcely imagine. Some were captured by enemy forces and held in horrific conditions. Others never made it home. Their legacy lives on in the hearts of their families, their fellow service members, and in the very fabric of our nation. As we honor the missing, we must also honor their families, the ones who waited, often for years, for their loved ones' return, and those that still wait. Today is also about them, about the empty chair at the dinner table, about the family events not attended, about the memories that remain and the prayers that never fade. The families of our prisoners of war and our missing embody the heart and soul of our nation. The work of the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency fulfills the solemn vow we owe these families and the American people. Using new technology to recover and identify remains of returning service members home to their families. Like Buffalo soldier Lemuel Dent of the segregated 92nd Infantry Division. Private First Class Dent died in 1945 in Italy when his tank was struck by enemy fire. His remains were identified 79 years later, and he was buried in his native Maryland earlier this month. Since their founding in 1973, the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency has accounted for over 1,600 Americans killed in World War II, over 1,000 killed in Vietnam, and just last week, they accounted for the 700th missing service member of the Korean War. As long as there are families who wait answers, we will continue the search to bring them home. As long as there's one service member accounted for, we will continue our efforts to find the end of their story. Admiral Stockdale, as he said in a prison cell thousands of miles from home, had faith in the end of his story. Today, we commemorate the stories of our prisoners of war, and we vow to our missing we will remain resolute to bring them home. At this time, it is my honor to introduce a soldier, a statesman, and a steadfast advocate for our military and their families. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd J. Austin III.
Well, good morning, everyone. And General Brown, thanks for that kind introduction. And thanks for your leadership. I'd like to welcome leaders from across the department, including Kelly McKeag, the Director of the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency. It is indeed a privilege to be here with all of you. Today, we reaffirm our shared commitment to bring all of our people home, each and every one. And every year, on the third Friday in September, we gather on National POW MIA Recognition Day. But we carry our duty to them every day to fight to free those captive, to commemorate those who came back home, to search for and recover those still missing, and to do right by our POW and MIA families. As the chairman said, we are honored to be joined today by former prisoners of war, including Air Force Colonel Mike Brazelton, who endured more than 6 years in captivity in Vietnam, and Rear Admiral Robert Shoemaker, who was held captive for 8 years. Colonel Brazelton and Rear Admiral Shoemaker, your bravery and your sacrifice inspire us all. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a round of applause for these American heroes. I'd also like to recognize Colonel Brazelton's family as well as the loved ones of those who are still missing in action. In the face of loss and uncertainty and anguish, you have shown incredible resilience and resolve, and we strive to live up to your example. So thanks for being here. And to all the military service organizations and veteran service organizations, thanks for your support and your partnership. You know, I spent a brief 41 years in the Army, and the soldier's creed says that I will never leave a fallen comrade. We lived that value, and we still do. We bring our troops home no matter what. And so in my first months as Secretary of Defense, I made it a priority to visit a DPAA lab in Hawaii. I saw firsthand the astounding skill and care that DPAA puts into finding and identifying our missing personnel. To try to provide loved ones with answers, DPAA brings together quite a team. Researchers and anthropologists, archaeologists and forensic specialists, medics and interpreters, and experts in explosive ordnance disposal. It is hard work, both physically and emotionally, and it's sometimes very dangerous. But for DPAA, it's a labor of love, and it is a sacred calling. And you can see the results. As the chairman said, over the past year, DPAA has identified 111 missing personnel from World War II, 28 from the Korean War, and 4 from the Vietnam War. Now that is quite a feat. So let's give DPAA a hand. The DPAA works closely with some 46 international allies and partners, and we rely on their cooperation and assistance. And we're honored to have ambassadors and defense attachés who represent some of these countries with us today, including Ambassador Marakova from Ukraine. Again, thanks to all of you for being here. Each identification is the sum of tireless diplomacy, planning, field work, and painstaking analysis back in the lab. And each identification represents America's ironclad commitment to bring our missing home, no matter how far away they are in space or time. You know, back in December 1972, Captain Ralph Chipman and Captain Ron Forrester of the Marine Corps were flying their A-6 Intruder on a nighttime mission over North Vietnam. And sadly, they never came back. In 2021, Captain David Kim of DPAA led a recovery mission at the crash site. His team worked in austere conditions and stifling humidity. And he made a point of asking his team why they were there. And his teammates declared Chipman and Forrester. And they answered with that every time that he asked. It was the names of the aviators and the names of their families. And after 3 missions across 3 years, DPAA located, repatriated, and identified these 2 heroes. Captain Kim called contributing to this mission one of his most humbling experiences in his career. Captain Forrester's daughter, Karani, was 2 when her father deployed to Southeast Asia. And last year, she met Captain Kim, and they bonded immediately. And she invited him to attend her father's funeral. And so next month, Captain Forrester's family, alongside the man who helped find him, will lay him to rest at Arlington National Cemetery. Today, we also pay tribute to our prisoners of war. Many returned with honor after long ordeals for them and their loved ones. But others lost their lives in captivity. Today, I'm also thinking of Army Technician 5th grade Clifford Strickland, who fought in World War II. He endured the Bataan Death March. And he and more than 2,500 other POWs died in a prison camp in the Philippines. Like many other Americans, he was buried in an unmarked grave in the camp's cemetery. And after the war, he was laid to rest as an unknown in the Manila American Cemetery. Yet, as the years advanced, so did DNA analysis. In 2023, DPAA identified Clifford Strickland. And this summer, 82 years after he died in a distant prison camp, he was finally laid to rest near his parents in Florence, Colorado. You know, 27 years ago, the late Senator and Naval Academy graduate John McCain spoke at this ceremony. Senator McCain had endured 6 awful years as a POW in Vietnam. And he called on all Americans to remember the heroes whose company we were once blessed with, and whose sense of duty was unequaled, and whose love of home and family cost them the lives they longed to return to. So let us remember those heroes. And let us show that our dedication to this mission spans generations. I'm very pleased that we're joined today by Naval Academy midshipmen I'm very pleased that we're joined today by Naval Academy midshipmen who spent part of their summer in Vietnam, looking for the remains of our missing service members. Let's give them a hand. And we vow to keep working, to keep searching, and to keep the faith. You know, from my office, I look out onto this parade ground. And every day I see the American flag and the POW MIA flag. And that flag's motto is a rallying cry not only for everyone who works at the Pentagon, but also wherever it flies across the country. And it says, "You are not forgotten." Not here, never here. That flag flies for all who have been found, and for all who are still missing, and for all the families who suffer and mourn and wait. You have endured terrible uncertainty and lived with terrible absence and suffered terrible grief. We are humbled by your strength, and we are inspired by your resilience. We are proud to stand with you. We are proud to work with you because we will never give up. We will never lose hope, and we will always honor the sacrifice and service of your loved ones. May God bless you. May God bless our troops, our veterans, and their families, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you very much.
That was Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin speaking at National Prisoners of War Missing in Action Day ceremony. The Defense Department is remembering and honoring those Americans who are prisoners of war and those who have served and never returned home. Let's go away for a quick 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll bring you those live events. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being here with us. It is about 10:30 here on the East Coast. Did want to take you back out to this live event in New York City, this rally outside the United Nations. As we are hearing from more speakers, this is for the hostages in Gaza. Let's turn back up the sound and listen in.
I look to him. I await his word. I am more eager for the Lord than watchmen for the morning. Watchmen for the morning. O Israel, wait for the Lord, for with the Lord is steadfast love and the great power to redeem. It is he who will redeem Israel from all their iniquities. Baruch Hashem, thank you. We stand in solidarity with you. Bring them home now. Bring them home now. Bring them home now.
חזק, חזק. אני אז אמרו את זה קודם לפניי, זה לא משנה. אני ואתה נשנה את את העולם.
אני ואתה ננסה מההתחלה, יהיה לנו רע, אין דבר, זה לא נורא. אמרו את זה קודם, לפניי, זה לא משנה.
אני ואתה נשנה את העולם. I want to hear every voice sing this next one now. Here we go, out loud. אני ואתה נשנה את העולם. אני ואתה, אז יבואו כבר כולם.
אמרו את זה קודם, לפניי, זה לא משנה.
אני ואתה נשנה את העולם. אני ואתה ננסה מההתחלה.
יהיה לנו רע,
יהיה לנו רע, אין דבר, זה לא נורא.
אמרו את זה קודם,
אמרו את זה קודם, לפניי, זה לא משנה.
אני ואתה.
אני ואתה נשנה את העולם.
Before we sing a tikva and conclude, I want you to repeat after me and shout as loud as you can. I'm going to shout, what do we want? And you're going to repeat all of them. When do we want it? Now. Flags high, posters high, as loud as you can, as loud as you can, posters and flags as high as you can. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? I'm going to ask you to remain and put your flags high and your posters high because we're going to sing a tikva in a minute. Before we sing it, I want to reiterate Rachel and John Goldberg Poland's their request after Hirsch's murder. Hope is mandatory. We can't risk losing our hope. We're going to ask all of you to continue to keep on advocating, to keep on fighting. We have to find a way to put this to an end. Keep doing what you're doing and keep fighting and standing and supporting the hostages. We invite you all to join us at the New York Hostages Families Forum. There are many activities, rallies, and many things that we do on a weekly basis. You have social media, you have co-workers, you have family members. If we all push together, we can make this happen. We will bring them home, and we will do it very soon. Bring them home now.
התקווה. כל עוד בלבב פנימה נפש יהודי הומייה
That is a continuation of the rally outside of the United Nations for the hostages in Gaza. But we did have a powerful shot that we did want to show you right now as this is happening live. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin was speaking just a little bit ago. This is for prisoners of war missing in action. It's a national holiday today for it. And we did, again, just hear from Secretary Lloyd Austin speaking there. And this is a flyover that is happening now after he spoke. And we are just wanted to sit on this for a minute and turn up the sound to see if we can hear anything going on, as this is still looks like it is ongoing. Let's turn up the sound.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's ceremony. Please remain at your seats while the official party departs.
So that was the conclusion of Secretary Lloyd Austin speaking at National Prisoners of War Missing in Action Day ceremony, as that is today. We also did just want to give a live look right now as early voting is beginning. This is in Minneapolis. In-person voting for this year's presidential election began today. It's a milestone that is kicking off a 6-week sprint to Election Day after a summer of political turmoil. You can see that sign, vote here. This isn't just happening, though, in Minnesota. Voters are lining up in South Dakota as well as Virginia, the states with the first early in-person voting opportunities. About a dozen more states will also follow by mid-October. And we want to ask you, the viewers of Live Now, will you be participating in early voting? This is a poll we just put up, and we do love to hear from you. You can scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen if you'd like to vote, or you can head to livenowfox.com/connect. Again, I'm going to leave this up for just another few seconds here because we really do want to know, are you going to be participating in early voting? Again, you can scan that QR code or head to livenowfox.com/connect, and we will share those results after we come back from a break. We are going to step away really quickly here on Live Now from Fox. Again, please vote for us. We will share those results. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Before the break, we did ask you this question: will you be participating in early voting? And we have seen over the commercial break the past 2 minutes that you have been voting. So 54% of you said yes, you will. 41% said no, and some of you are unsure, and that's okay too. If you'd like to still vote, you can scan that QR code. You can also go to livenowfox.com/connect. This will be up on our website, and we would love to hear from you. We do want to go out to this live event, the United Nations. Not sure what they're talking about at this exact moment, but a little bit later today, they will be discussing the conflict in the Middle East between Israel and Hezbollah. And really quickly, the latest on that is an Israeli strike came this morning after Hezbollah pounded northern Israel with rockets. So that is going to happen later today. But for right now, let's turn up the sound and listen in here to what they're discussing.
Areas of the country will be, for whatever reason, stopped. The temporary closure in July of the crossing point on the border with Turkey because of an escalation of hostilities clearly demonstrates these possible risks. We're happy that the work on the Al-Yuk station has resumed, and this is important for the cross-line corridor. In ensuring security for this work, Russian military are involved. We trust that the UN inspection mission will continue, and Al-Yuk will be able to provide water to neighboring farms and villages and towns. There's something else that's very important that needs resolved: underfinancing of humanitarian needs. Donors are just not upholding their pledges. The humanitarian appeal is just financed to 25%. I'd like to ask UN representatives who always go to the Brussels donor conference in Syria as a kind of PR exercise, what actually happens to these pledges. I'd just like to remind you that in May this year, the donors said that they were prepared to contribute $5 billion in grants and 2.3 billion euros in the form of loans, or 5 billion euros and 2.3 billion euros. So what has been done with these billions of dollars? We're convinced that the UN Secretariat leadership needs to conduct additional work with donors in order to understand their plans because they've not been mobilized yet. We want the donors to understand that there needs to be a lifting of the unilateral sanctions and to ensure that the Syrian people have an opportunity to build their future without any external interference. Mr. President, it's important for the Council to meet on Syria, not just to tick a box, but for the Western delegations to realise that the Syrian and the Western delegations rather, just to keep the Syrian issue afloat in the UN. The outcome of our work needs to be discussions of specific ways to improve the situation for Syrians and to really help them both politically and humanitarianly. We would urge members of the South Council not to forget this and to lay to one side their geopolitical complexes. Keep them outside of this chamber. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Special Envoy Pedersen and Director Raja Singham, for speaking truth about the grim reality of the political and humanitarian situation in Syria. The international community must stand firm against the Syrian regime's continued atrocities and abuses. The recently released report of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry, COI, contains horrifying accounts of arbitrary detention and torture, including rape and gender-based violence, committed by Syrian regime actors and regime-supported militias over the first half of the year. These acts led the Commission to report the regime's, and I quote, continuing patterns of crimes against humanity and war crimes, unquote. The COI's report provides yet more evidence that the Syrian regime is not being truthful when it claims the country is now safe, whether for the millions still living in fear under regime control or for the millions of Syrian refugees around the world. The report confirms the regime has not changed and is conducting business as usual, with horrific consequences for Syrian civilians. This report is also a reminder of why accountability must remain at the heart of our approach to Syria. Unless there is accountability for regime officials responsible for atrocities and other abuses from the bottom of the chain of command all the way up, the systematic brutality will not end. We urge all council members to stand with us in demanding justice and dignity for the Syrian people. We must also keep an international spotlight on efforts to ensure justice and accountability for victims of crimes against humanity committed by ISIS, including genocide against the Yazidis. The United States stands with the survivors and will continue to support efforts in the Security Council to ensure accountability for the perpetrators. That includes supporting Council efforts to preserve evidence collected by UNITAD to ensure third countries have the ability to effectively investigate and prosecute these crimes. The United States will also continue to support UN agencies and other humanitarian organizations as they provide protection and assistance to needy Syrians. However, assistance means nothing if it cannot reach the people in need. That is why the regime and all parties in Syria should allow immediate and unhindered humanitarian access across all areas of Syria for as long as needs persist. The United States remains steadfast in its call not only for cross-border access, but also cross-line, in particular to the Raqban camp in southeast Syria, where the regime in Russia continue to prevent UN aid from reaching civilians in need. As we look ahead to high-level engagement in New York next week, we urge the Syrian regime's representatives and its backers to stop making excuses and work in good faith to implement Resolution 2254. We continue to support Special Envoy Pedersen's efforts to revitalize the political process and call on the regime to commit not only to a meeting of the Constitutional Committee, but also to commit to meaningful participation regardless of the location. We've said it before, but it bears repeating. The United States will not fund regime-led reconstruction, and U.S. sanctions will remain in place until there is, at a minimum, authentic and sustained progress toward a political solution in line with Resolution 2254. And I might close, Mr. President, by just reminding the Council, the United States' presence in Syria has been to fight ISIS, which remains a serious threat to peace and security in the region. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the
We are listening into the United Nations as they are discussing Middle Eastern conflicts. They are also supposed to speak a little bit later today, too, on Israel and Hezbollah and the latest of what is going on there. If you see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is set to speak in Bradenton, Florida. Not sure about what yet, but we are keeping an eye on that for you. And a little bit later today at 1 p.m., the Secret Service is providing an update on former President Donald Trump's attack. So we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox as well when that does begin. Let's go away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, more live events and news to get to. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Did want to give you a live look at the Capitol, as a little bit later today, the acting director, Ronald Rowe Jr., the Secret Service will be holding a briefing to update on their investigation into the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. That happened back on July 13th. And we will keep an eye on that for you. Again, 1 p.m. Eastern time, and we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We also are awaiting Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to start speaking here in just a little bit. We are not sure exactly yet what he will be discussing, but that is going to be happening in Bradenton, Florida. You can see this was a picture of the podium just seconds ago. Now it is apparently a visual of a door, but hopefully that means that someone is going to be walking in very shortly, and we will keep an eye on that for you. But for now, let's head back to the United Nations as they are discussing the latest with the conflict in the Middle East.
Finally, this September marks the start of this new school year in many countries around the world, including Syria. 13 years after the crisis began, education, a key element for the future of young people, is seriously compromised. The disastrous humanitarian and economic situation, combined with the violence, increases the risk of children dropping out of school and resorting to negative coping mechanisms. Some families are forced to choose between feeding themselves and sending their children to school, marrying off their daughters too young, or resorting to child labor. Their children are thus exposed to increased protection risks.
All right, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has just walked into the room for this briefing, so let's head over to Bradenton, Florida, and listen in.
Bradenton, we got two great announcements today. Pleased to be joined by our Florida Department of Transportation Secretary, Jared Perdue, who people that work in this building know very well. We also have Representatives Robinson and Buchanan from the Sarasota-Bradenton area. Paul Anderson is the CEO of the Port of Tampa Bay. And we also have Mark Mitchell, president of Capital Asphalt. And we're also joined by representatives of Florida Gulf and Atlantic Railroad, as well as CSX Transportation, which, as you might imagine, we're here at Florida Department of Transportation building. These are clearly announcements that are going to touch on transportation and infrastructure, which is really an important part of continuing to have a strong economy. I think most people know by now Florida's economy has been ranked #1 in the nation by both CNBC and U.S. News and World Report. None of them want to rank Florida 1 if they can help it. I mean, it's just the way it is. But the reality is we've really been the place where people have been able to be successful. Since I took office, the national economy has grown by about 11%. Florida's economy has grown by 22%. So we've doubled the GDP growth of the nation as a whole. Of course, we're #1 for new business formations since 2019, as well as #1 for business relocations from companies in other parts of the United States. There used to be governors, and many governors still do this around the country. You know, you'd fly to these places and you'd talk to businesses. Hey, let me tell you about your state. And I did that, like, I think my first year as governor occasionally, some of these cities like Chicago, New York. But then it got to the point, like, businesses would just call us. They'd be like, hey, we want to come. We just don't let the governor know we're going to do it. We'll just give you guys a heads up. And so we've seen a really big movement. And I can tell you, when the businesses move, they generally are glad that they moved. Not too many people saying that they want to get back to Chicago once they make the move to Florida or get back to New York. That's just the way it is. Our unemployment rate has remained below the national average for 46 consecutive months, which we're proud of. We have a GDP of about 1.6 trillion. You know, it varies whether that would be like the 13th most economy if we were our own country, 15th, 18th, but basically there would not be very many countries in the world that have a bigger economy than just Florida if we were our own country. So that's something that's really, really meaningful. Now, we've had to do that in the face of high interest rates, inflation. I mean, some of the things that we've done in terms of infrastructure, we would do it, and then we have to go back and add more to the same projects because of how much more expensive everything is. Supply chains are interrupted, massive amounts of printing money. This has had huge, huge impacts. I'm just like watching some of these things, like, you have a debate, you have like these interviews, and it's like, Harris was there for this. She cast the vote for some of these major spending initiatives that really fueled inflation. And they'll say, well, Vice President Harris, what would you do to lower inflation? And her answer is, I grew up in a middle-class family. Like, what difference does that? I mean, like, so what? That's great. But what would you actually do? And there's nothing that's been said or proffered to make any difference. And when you hear people say things like, oh, the grocery costs have gone up because they're corporate gouging of prices, that is a lie. That is not.
All right, we are sorry to interrupt that. We do have to jump away for a quick 2-minute break, but we will bring that to you in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's head back to this live event in Bradenton, Florida with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Particularly making sure the infrastructure can keep up with the growth. And so we saw this, of course, happening many years ago and decided that just simply as good as we were doing with our Department of Transportation budget and our agency, and people who drive on our roads compare those to other parts of the country and they say that we do a better job, and that's great, but we knew that we had to do more to try to get ahead. So we announced Moving Florida Forward a couple years ago, and what Moving Florida Forward was say, okay, we have this commitment to infrastructure, the transportation, the roads, that's great, we'll fund the budget, we'll do all that, but we've got a lot of projects in the hopper that need to be done as soon as possible, and you can't wait 15 or 20 years for some of this, because we got to get ahead of some of the growth, and even just to keep your head above water, you have to do some of that. So we did, through Moving Florida Forward, it'll end up being a total of $7 billion to accelerate projects, move projects forward, and then get them done, when a lot of these projects will get done this decade and they wouldn't have even started until next decade. Some of the projects are going to be done 15 years ahead of schedule as a result of this commitment. So we believe in being proactive. We believe in trying to get ahead as best we can. I mean, for example, partially through that program, we did $2.5 billion for the lane expansion and interchange reworking along the I-4 corridor, which if you ever go from here to Orlando, I mean, it's just at any time, when you're, especially between like Lakeland and the parks, It's just, you just don't know. So there's going to be a major I-4, and the places where they have done that on I-4, it actually has helped a lot. So that'll be a big benefit, and that wasn't even things people were going to talk about doing for a long time. And so those are way ahead of schedule, and then they're fully funded. We also streamline the approval process. We make it easier for construction crews to get the shovels in the ground. Remember, the federal government will say, oh, we're going to do infrastructure. They'll pass something. I mean, what if they spent like $20 billion and they've created like 6 charging stations with some of this stuff? I mean, it's insane that that's what happens, but it just gets bogged down in bureaucracy and red tape. We cut through the bureaucracy and red tape. We have all our seaports. We're a hub for trade. There's a lot of things that go into that, of course, but this is something that's a major part of our state. We have a lot of the supply chain that runs through the center part of our state. You look at something you'll hear from Paul Anderson, Port of Tampa. Of course, the I-4 corridor, really important to be able to do. There's also a lot of growth in the state. So we are accelerating these projects. We're accelerating the road projects. We know how important it is to be able to do it. And I'll say something about that in one sec. But part of what goes into that is you got to have the materials to be able to build the roads. You got to make sure that you have what you need so that those projects can move forward. So we saw during COVID the interruption in supply chains. I mean, it got to the point, I mean, I don't know if you remember, there were like just ships waiting in California's coast like for days, nowhere to go. We actually said, hey, we're open for business. We had one of the companies move to Jacksonville from Long Beach, and we had other stuff. So we benefited in Florida because we were, I remember they said it was like massive ships waiting, and they're like, well, they're going to expand the shifts. They're now going to go to, extended shifts. And I'm like, we always do 24/7. Like, that's just how they run normally. It's just a different culture over there. So we've really been able to capitalize on that, and we're happy. But we also understand, we don't want to be at the mercy of some of these other policies. If we can control our own supply chain or bolster our own supply chain so we can continue to meet the needs of Florida, we want to be able to do that. So during the 23-24 legislative session, the legislature set aside $100 million for a 5-year investment in projects to improve capacity for transporting and storing aggregate materials through what we're calling supply chain grants. And so today I'm proud to announce an award of $18 million in supply chain grants. These awards will total a cumulative $100 million to be invested, of course, over 5 years, but we're doing this right now. So these are going to be grants that are going to be distributed for new aggregate terminals. So, for example, Lake City, which is up near I-10, is going to get a new one. We also have Capital Asphalt from Tallahassee here. They're going to have 80,000 additional tons of aggregate that they're going to be able to do annually as a result of these grants. CSX is going to be underwritten to construct a new aggregate terminal in Plant City, which is not that far from here, to accommodate 20 acres of storage and 250,000 additional tons of aggregate annually. $6.2 million for Port of Tampa Bay. They're going to have Berth 218 aggregate terminal, an additional 500,000 tons of lime rock annually, and then $2.6 million for Jacksport up in Northeast Florida. They are going to have a project to increase rail capacity to accommodate 15 acres of yard storage, an additional 240 tons of aggregate annually. So these are the first 5 recipients. This is going to be 1.2 million additional tons of aggregate storage materials. It will enable more rail access to additional aggregate storage facilities as well. So you want to see projects get done, you want to see things move, you've got to have the materials to be able to do it. So I appreciate the legislature investing in this. It's not something that is necessarily going to be immediately top of mind. I mean, if you're sitting in traffic, you're not thinking about aggregate materials, right? But it's something that goes in. So we're excited about that. We also are able to announce the groundbreaking. And so if you look at that, that's our aggregate grant map in terms of what we're looking for. And that's bolstering the supply chain right there all across the state of Florida. So really, really positive on that. Now, Today, we're announcing the groundbreaking for the Fruitville interchange at I-75 in Sarasota County. So this project will transform the existing traditional cloverleaf configuration into a diverging diamond interchange. This redesign will significantly reduce congestion and smooth logistics in the state. Once these improvements are completed, it's predicted that it will increase daily volume capacity by more than 40,000 drivers. So this is so that's what it's going to look like. This is one of our 20 major infrastructure projects under Moving Florida Forward initiative. So this was not scheduled to even begin until the year 2030. Under current, and we have robust transportation budgets, 2030. Because of Moving Florida Forward, it will be completed in 2027. So ahead of schedule, fully funded, and years ahead of where it would even have broken ground originally.
That is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as he is giving an update on supply chain infrastructure in the state. We do have another live event that has just started that we do want to take, so let's go away for a quick 2-minute break and we'll bring it to you in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have a live event going on right now. The New York Police Department is holding a safety briefing as it prepares for the United Nations General Assembly being held next week. Let's turn over there and listen in.
As we prepare for the 79th Annual United Nations General Assembly, we are reminded of the vital role that collaboration plays in ensuring the safety and security of not just New York City, but that of the expected visitors from the international community. This effort would not be possible without the strong partnership between the NYPD, our federal, state, and diplomatic security partners. Together, we bring a secure environment for all attending this global event centered here in New York City. To brief us first, I would like to introduce Interim New York City Police Commissioner Thomas Donlan.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And I want to thank all of you for being here today. And I think it's important that you report on the outstanding work that the New York City Police Department handles in this UN General Assembly year after year after year. For 79 years, world leaders have been meeting here in New York City to discuss global policy at the UN General Assembly. And every year, the men and women of the New York City Police Department make that meeting possible. But of course, this is also a collective effort with other agencies, and that's how we accomplish our goals, working with others, which is very, very important. We have relied on partnerships throughout the years, and also I want to mention that also working with domestic and international agencies are also very, very important. And from my experience, having worked in the law enforcement community, that's also very crucial. And I know the NYPD has excellent relationships with these agencies all over the world, which is very important. I know these agencies that we will be working with. They're very talented people working in their agency, and I know a number of them very well. And the agencies I would like to mention is the Secret Service, the Diplomatic Security Service, HSI, the UN Safety and Security Services. They all play a major role. And these partners are dedicated professionals, and what's important is that they have experience handling this UN very important event throughout the years. So, you know, we are definitely in good hands with professionals, and that's very, very important to understand that. Over the next 2 weeks, everyone here is working towards the same goal: the safety of the UN General Assembly attendees, and also the people in the neighborhood here. That's important. And also the pedestrians that we see walking through the neighborhood, to make them feel safe. To do that, the NYP will be deploying resources across the city, involving every aspect of the New York City Police Department, from patrol officers to Detective Bureau personnel to special operations. And this will be a combined effort, an all-hands effort that, from my past experience, has always worked well. And I have been involved in this event throughout the years during my experience in law enforcement. You also see units from aviation, K-9, harbor, highway and traffic emergency services, and more. But as always, there will be additional security assets that you will not see, which is very, very, very important. There are eyes and ears that will be able to pick up any issues that we need to be made aware of, any suspicious activities. And we'll get into more details later on. But I can tell you right now, there are no specific or credible threats at this moment to this very important event. But I will say, with the components attached to the NYPD, in particular the intelligence analysts, who I worked with them for many, many years while I was with the terrorist task force at one time. So they play a key role, and it's very important for them to be part of this this event and contribute what they can. I will also tell you that our officers will be out there day and night, keeping you safe. And I worked in the counterterrorism and intelligence field for many, many years. I served on task forces along with dozens of different agencies, and I could say the agencies that are assigned here today, I've worked with them, have a personal relationship with them, which I think benefits the NYPD. And I know the dangers that we face and exactly what is at stake. But I also know that no police department, the NYPD, and I speak from my heart because I've worked with them for many years, are better equipped or better prepared to handle these events. So the eyes of the world will be looking at us. And I'm quite confident that this will be a very successful event, hopefully that will be handled by professionals in a safe and secure manner. Lastly, we urge anyone traveling through the area over the next 2 weeks to take public transportation. There will be checkpoints and street closures. So we suggest that people take public transportation if they can, because as we all know, the traffic around this area is very difficult to navigate. So I've also want to thank the community, and I've observed this many times while I worked this event for many years, as far as the checkpoints are concerned. Those individuals fully understand that we're here to do a mission to keep them safe. And I was always surprised how they fully understood that and were very patient, and they know that we have the best concern for them and the neighborhood and their families. And we depend on these people. And I know we had that program, if you see something, say something. But we depend on the public out there. If they see anything suspicious, you know, tell a police officer or call 911 right away. And the eyes and the ears of the public is very, very important to us. And I can tell you from my experience, people contacting the NYPD has resulted in many cases that have been resolved in a very successful manner. So it's very, very important, and we like to stress that. So we depend on all these folks. Now, I'd like to turn it over to Special Agent in Charge of the U.S. Secret Service, outstanding agency that I worked with for many years. It's Patrick Freeney, who was the SAC in charge of the New York office, and he's going to say a few words also. Thank you.
We are listening in there to the New York Police Department as they are giving a security briefing ahead of the United Nations General Assembly, which is set to start next week. And we are going to head right back to that after a quick 2-minute break. But really quickly, the last time we're going to pop up this poll here, we just want to see if you're going to be participating in early voting. Last time I'm going to pop this up, you can scan that QR code or go to livenowfox.com/connect. Again, scan that QR code or head to that website, livenowfox.com/connect. And 55% of you said yes, you will. So thank you for voting. Let's go away for that quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's head back out to this live event as the New York Police Department is discussing security measures ahead of the United Nations General Assembly.
Okay, that's right.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. I'm Patrick Farini, Special Agent in charge of the New York Field Office for the United States Secret Service. Today we come together once again to announce the arrival of the United Nations General Assembly. This event is unlike any other for several reasons. First, the sheer size of it. We have upwards of 142 world leaders coming to New York City all at once. That's nearly 75% of all member states represented at the United Nations. And when you factor in spouses, the number of Secret Service protectees jumps to over 200. Simply put, this is the largest annual gathering of global leaders on the planet. And given the enormity of this event and the importance of role in global affairs, the Department of Homeland Security has given it the designation of National Special Security Event. This is significant because that designation brings to bear the highest levels of protection from across all levels of government. And this is the largest of all national special security events in the nation. That brings me to the second unique aspect about the General Assembly, repetition. In contrast to other major special security events like the DNC, the RNC, the inauguration, New York City hosts this event every year. And as an annual event, the local law enforcement and public safety community here essentially never stops preparing for it. The third aspect of the General Assembly that makes it unlike any other, the people who make up those partnerships that I just spoke about. First and foremost, at a local level, there is no partner in the world like the New York City Police Department. The Secret Service traverses the globe in the course of its work, and no one brings the commitment to the mission or the assets to fulfill it quite like the NYPD. It is also worth noting that beyond the General Assembly, the Secret Service works with the NYPD to protect world leaders 365 days a year, which is why, in my mind, we share what must be the closest working partnership between a local and federal agency anywhere. So thank you, Commissioner Donlin, and your incredible team. Of course, our work relies on so many hands, from Homeland Security investigations to the Transportation Security Administration, including the Federal Air Marshals, the United States Coast Guard to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and so many others, including the terrific partners who join us here today. As the General Assembly ramps up in the days ahead, I want everyone to know that the members of the Secret Service, along with this incredible team, will be hard at work, ensuring the highest level of security for our protectees. An operation of this size will inevitably cause disruptions around the city. Please know, we are very mindful of the 8 million New Yorkers whose lives do not simply stop because the General Assembly is in session. We appreciate your patience over the next week. And as you move around the city, like the Commissioner said, if you see something, please say something. Thank you. I would now like to introduce the Special Agent in charge of the Diplomatic Security Service, Brian Wood. Brian.
Again, that is the New York Police Department talking about those security measures ahead of the UN General Assembly. However, we did have some breaking news that we wanted to bring to you, so we are going to jump to a quick 2-minute break and bring that to you. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to head back to this live event here as the United Nations General Assembly is being held next week, and we're hearing from the New York Police Department on safety and security measures. Let's head back there.
Hold on, before we go to Aaron, Commissioner Dorchi, if you wanted to add on some of the technology.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Nicole, for the question. Recently, the former President Trump visited Brooklyn. And when he visited Brooklyn, our team did a walkthrough with the site agent, Secret Service, and other federal officials. Obviously, we know what happened in Pennsylvania. We deployed the drone up there, and the drone was looking for any anomalies, any crawl spaces that maybe the site agent or the officers, while they were doing the walkthrough, might have missed. In the event that there is protests that happens, and we anticipate a lot of protests happening, we're going to have our Joint Operations Center is going to be open, and every head of the agencies that you see behind me from the federal agencies they will have a representative in our Joint Operations Center. And we'll have our drones deployed, as well as multiple cameras, and as well as cameras that we put up in anticipation of some of the locations where we anticipate protests at. The cool thing about the technology with the drones this year is that I can send Patrick a link to the drones that he can watch real time of the protests occurring, and maybe he may need to make additional, put additional resources there, or make any recommendations for his team. So we are using technology. I'm not going to go into exactly each technology that we are using. There's some technology that you will see, and there's some technology that you will not see. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next question was from Aaron Katersky. Okay, Aaron's question had to do in regard to the term no specific or credible threat. Commissioner Weiner?
So yes, there are always terms of art in our jargon.
That's our motto.
Oh, there she is. You too?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Bridge, huh? 125.
Take care not to say a word.
Sounds like we
Feeling for
Thanks for being here.
All right, that looks like that shot just did go out there, but we do have some breaking news that we did want to take you out to. This just came into our newsroom. Fox News reporting this. The House has voted to boost Secret Service for candidates. Here's what we know. This just happened moments ago. The House of Representatives passed a bipartisan bill increasing U.S. Secret Service protections for major presidential and vice presidential candidates after two foiled assassination attempts against former President Donald Trump. You can see Thomas Crooks there on your screen. He was the one who tried that first assassination attempt against the president. This passed with an overwhelming unanimous 405-0 vote, which is a rare show of bipartisanship in Congress. This legislation was introduced by Representatives Richie Torres, a Democrat from New York, and Mike Lawler, a Republican from New York, in response to the July 13th shooting at a Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. That's when a 20-year-old gunman, who is Thomas Crooks, who you had just seen on your screen there, he was able to open fire on the rally from a rooftop just outside the rally perimeter, killing one attendee and injuring Trump and two others. Now, weeks later, United Secret Service agents arrested a man near Trump's West Palm Beach golf course who had been waiting for the ex-president during a game on Sunday with a rifle. Again, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox for this breaking news, the Secret Service Protection Bill has passed in the House unanimously after these Trump assassination attempts. This is what we are just learning into our newsroom here, is that this did pass a bipartisan bill increasing United States Secret Service protections for major presidential and vice presidential candidates after those two failed assassination attempts against former President Donald Trump. Once again, this passed overwhelmingly, a unanimous 405-0 vote. So again, showing that bipartisanship there in Congress. This is a breaking story. We are just learning this into our newsroom, and we will keep an eye on it for you. We are going to go away for a quick 2-minute break, try to bring back some live events for you. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As you're taking a live look at the Capitol there, we're happening right now. Congresswoman Yvette Clarke and members of Haiti caucus are holding a press conference condemning misinformation about Haitian immigrants. Let's head over to there and listen in.
Okay. Thank you. You have the sign? Yes. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. Today, we're here to talk about the disgusting comments that Donald Trump has been fictitiously spreading throughout the entire country about Haitian migrants who are in Ohio. I just want to stress how these Haitian migrants are here legally. When they came into the United States, they had to be vetted before they came into the U.S. That vetted process means that they had to have a sponsor who could financially support them as they were here in the country. But in addition to that, they were vetted to make sure that they weren't any national security risk and that they had no health concerns. And so we have very hardworking people who entered into the country wanting to give back to the country that allowed them to actually escape their political struggles and to actually be a part of this society and give back to this great country. But unfortunately, there's a storyline that's spreading throughout the entire country. This storyline is very dangerous. And what Donald Trump is doing right now is playing a dangerous game of divide and conquer. This dangerous game of divide and conquer is having several consequences. We're seeing more and more death threats. We're seeing more and more Haitian Americans who don't feel safe identifying as Haitian American, and we're even seeing schools being shut down. I recently spoke to many people in Springfield, and they told me that they're afraid to even go to church. They're afraid to go to church, to school, and even to participate in the society, which is a huge problem for Haitian Americans because those are the three things that we believe in: school, education, church, and making sure that we're working. More importantly, it's important that I thank my colleagues who are standing here with us today so we can show that there is a coalition of support, that the America that we work hard to endear and to support and to strengthen every single day is an inclusive America in which we actually appreciate the diversity that we bring to the table. So we stand here as a united front, saying that we would not tolerate these comments, nor the violence that is coming from it, or the potential violence. We're here to stand with the community and make sure that everyone in Ohio knows that we're here to stand with them and to help them with their needs, but to also emphasize that every immigrant in the United States deserves dignity, deserves safety, and deserves respect. As the first Haitian American Democrat elected to Congress, the only Haitian American in Congress, I could tell you sincerely that this is a hard time for us. For so many years, we had other people telling our narrative, other people talking about Haiti and talking about Haitians. This is an opportunity for us to take back our narrative and to let the American people know how much we appreciate what the United States has done for us and how our commitment is only reinvigorated to be here working with everyone. And I would like to tell all the Haitian Americans who are living in fear right now that there should be no fear, no tolerance, and no place for it. We encourage everyone to stand with us and condemn the thoughts, condemn the statements from Donald Trump, to condemn the statements from J.D. Vance. And we also want to make sure that as we're moving forward unified and letting everyone know that these are legal pathways. These legal pathways have to be maintained, and J.D. Vance can't wake up and say they're illegal just because he feels like it. We have our process and procedures in place, and we're standing unified. Everyone in this country deserves to have leadership that is honest, not who's committed to making up stories for their own benefit. Every person in this country deserves to be treated with dignity and not to have someone creating stories about them being illegals or even worse, the criminality that he's putting forth, which is absolutely false. So today we stand unified. At this moment, I would like to welcome Congressman Stephen Horsford, the chairman for the Congressional Black Caucus.
Look, we shouldn't even have to be here. It's a sad time when the former president and his running mate choose to pit one group of Americans against others. I am Congressman Stephen Horsford. I represent Nevada's 4th District, and on behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus, we say enough is enough. Yes. Day after day, we continue to see a doubling down by those on the right who want to divide people in this country. So we want to express our deepest sympathies to the community of Springfield, Ohio, and any other community who in recent days have felt targeted and who are forced to live in fear because of a lie. We can only hope and pray that the false and racist rhetoric by the former president and his running mate and other extremists do not lead to violence in Springfield or in any other Haitian or immigrant community. As has been stated, we have already seen reports out of Springfield of threats being made against Haitian communities, children being afraid to attend school, parents wondering if their families are safe in their own neighborhoods. This racist scapegoating, pitting one group of Americans against another for political purposes, is dangerous, and it has no place in our national discourse, certainly not from someone seeking the highest office in our land. So we are here to state in no uncertain terms that this rhetoric, the lies, the misinformation needs to come to an end before something terrible happens in one of our communities. While this misinformation has captured the attention of many in recent days, let us remind you of the truth about our immigrant communities and what makes our country great. It is a fact that Haitian Americans contribute immensely to the Springfield community and our entire nation, economically and culturally, and any idea to the contrary is patently wrong. It is a fact that America is stronger because of our diversity. Our diversity of thought and lived experience is something to be treasured, not feared. And it is a fact that we are a nation of immigrants. Around the world of the United States of America, we are a beacon of hope and opportunity for those who are seeking a better life. So we say enough is enough. The racist fear-mongering must stop, and it must stop now. We're calling on every American, and I want to thank my colleagues and those from the community who are here, because we call on every American to reject the politics of division and extremism and embrace a vision of fairness and unity, because we know that there is more that unites us than what divides us. I want to thank my colleague, Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, the Vice Chair of the CBC, Representative Yvette Clarke, Representative Ayanna Pressley, as well as Representative Maxwell Frost and others for their tremendous leadership and tireless advocacy for the people of Haiti, both on the island and the diaspora, and for leading us in today's press conference. Enough is enough. I now pass the mic to the Vice Chair of the CBC, Yvette Clarke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and greetings and good afternoon, everyone. I am Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke, and I proudly represent New York's 9th Congressional District, which is Central and Southwest Brooklyn, New York. Thank you to my fellow co-chairs of the Congressional Haiti Caucus, Representative Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, Representative Ayanna Pressley, and Representative Maxwell Frost, as well as all of the other leadership that are here today to stand with us. And let me say thank you to all of the advocates who have joined us today, and again, the Democratic leadership who stands firmly with us in this moment. As we are all too acutely aware, for years, our cherished Caribbean ally, the island nation of Haiti, has remained in the grips of a destructive series of political, economic, and gang violence. Now, Haiti has faced crises before, and that's true. However, nothing compares to the generational devastation that we are witnessing today. Fortunately, our current administration, the Biden-Harris administration, has taken meaningful action to ensure this nation, our nation, the United States of America, fulfills its humanitarian obligations to these families who've already lost so much by extending and redesignating their temporary protected status, along with other meaningful steps to keep our Haitian sisters and brothers safe. However, 45, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and the billionaires like Elon Musk disagree with our morality. They believe it's their responsibility to punish Haitian immigrants for daring to seek their own American dream. They have chosen to spew racist and xenophobic lies as a political tool and weaponized rhetoric to place innocent families in harm's way. It's truly sickening to see the United States' most powerful prey on its most vulnerable through xenophobic and despicable disinformation. And to make matters worse, Trump recently announced he plans to visit Springfield, Ohio, to continue spreading these falsehoods, adding insult to injury. Though even acknowledging these heinous anti-immigrant lies is beneath our common decency, we each have a responsibility to reject those seeking to ignite tensions by sharing information they know to be false. And that's why the Haiti Caucus and our allies are proud to stand with our Haitian American neighbors today, and why we are resolved to condemn those who would lie on their names for political purposes. Haitian migrants who escaped national repression do not deserve to be slandered by racist fearmongers while seeking safety in our country. And we also and always will rise up, struggle, and fight for an America that embraces them as neighbors. Our land of liberty must continue to be a land of refuge and opportunity for those who are fleeing persecution, violence, famine, and all manner of humanitarian crisis. So today we stand together here as people of goodwill, people of good conscience, to say, as our chairman has said, enough is enough. Across this nation, we know of Haitian Americans who have made tremendous contributions to the building of our nation. In my very community, there are entrepreneurs, there are doctors, lawyers, you name it, who have been here for generations now, proud Haitian Americans who continue, notwithstanding all that this administration has done to dehumanize them, to stand and face this nation with pride and with dignity. And so today, again, enough is enough. It is my honor now to bring to the podium my dear colleague and co-chair of the Haiti caucus, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts.
Good afternoon, or good morning, I guess it's still. Thank you to my Haiti caucus co-chairs, my colleagues standing alongside us today, our dedicated advocates for justice. Coming together in this way in defense of the Haitian community is it's muscle that we've had to build. The people of Haiti have been neglected, and Haitian Americans have been targeted, long victimized by the effects of colonialism and racism. So we are used to coming together in this way in defense of our Haitian neighbors. Today we come together to vigorously and firmly condemn the reprehensible hate and violence targeting our Haitian neighbors, friends, and colleagues in Springfield and across the country. Let me be clear. The straight-up lie about the Haitian community in Springfield, perpetrated and amplified by Donald J. Trump and James David Vance, is nothing short of racist propaganda. These flagrant lies are deeply offensive, they are disgraceful, they are dehumanizing, and they are outright dangerous. And even though they have been completely debunked by local and state officials, including the Republican governor of Ohio, they continue to be amplified by those who traffic in hate and those who seek to distract from their dangerous and deeply unpopular agenda. In Springfield, Ohio, this rhetoric has ignited a very precarious situation. I'm thinking daily of the thousands of Haitian families who are living in fear, facing harassment and fearing bomb threats. I'm thinking of the children lying awake at night, not knowing if they'll be safe come morning. I'm thinking of parents consumed with worry for the safety of their babies. This isn't just about Springfield. It's about who we are as a nation. And we've seen this playbook before. Throughout our history, immigrants have been scapegoated, dehumanized, and subjected to violence. We must put an end to this. America is a nation that has always benefited from immigrants. It's what's helped shape this country. Generations of people fleeing violence, persecution, and instability have made the difficult journey, found a home, found work, raised a family against all odds. We should celebrate that. Haitian immigrants are no different. That's why I'm so proud to join my colleagues today, Congresswoman Sheila Shurflis McCormick, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, and Congressman Maxwell Frost, and all of our colleagues here today, in introducing a powerful resolution to condemn the hate and misinformation aimed at the Haitian community and celebrate their endless contributions to our nation. Congressional intent is a powerful thing, and Congress must act swiftly without delay on this resolution. As a Congresswoman for the Massachusetts 7th, I'm honored to represent the third largest Haitian diaspora community in the country. And I know firsthand how vibrant, dynamic, and thriving the Haitian community is. I could speak at length about the contributions Haitian families make to our cultural and economic fabric. But I will close by saying this. To our Haitian neighbors around the nation, I see you and I stand with you. Your lives are deeply valued by this Congresswoman, and your dreams, struggles, and aspirations matter. You are a part of our shared American story. So thank you to our colleagues for being here today. A special thank you to those who flew in this morning from the city of Boston, Boston City Councilor at large Russi Louis-Jean, and also our council president, and Pastor Kiki Florissant of Haitian Americans United. Together, let us stand united against hate and build a just America that lives up to its ideals, where everyone feels seen and their dignity and humanity are recognized. And now, we'll bring to the podium someone who has been exhaustive in our efforts to bring today's resolution to the floor, Congressman Maxwell Frost.
Good morning. I'm Congressman Maxwell Frost, proudly representing Central Florida here in the United States Congress, one of the largest concentrations of Haitian Americans in the entire country. I'm also a proud member of the National Haitian American Elected Officials Network. This is a community that is beautiful, resilient, diverse, and these fake lies and purely hateful words coming from people who are representing the top of our political system, it's disgusting and it's harmful and it's real. And that's why we're here today, because to us, solidarity is a verb. To us, to stand in solidarity with this beautiful community means more than just words, but action, which is part of the reason why we are proud to introduce this resolution today that, first off, dismisses and condemns these racist, bigoted attacks on Americans, but also brings up the humanity and beautiful resilience and contributions of the Haitian community here in the United States, but also to humanity. And it's a damn shame that we have to introduce this resolution in the first place. J.D. Vance shared disgusting racist lies about a community for no other reason than to use that anger, use that fear to try to win an election. It's something that we've seen many times throughout human history. It comes straight out of the playbook of neo-fascists and of fascism. Taking a community, making up lies about them, which, by the way, he went on the news and said he made it up. And he didn't say he's going to stop making things up. He said he'll make things up to get the press to pay attention to whatever he wants them to pay attention to. We've seen this before. Authoritarian leaders picking a community, making lies about them, and then turning to their base and saying, if you're scared, vote for me. If you want me to do something about it, give me power. Unfortunately, despite these constant lies being discredited, this false narrative can paint a very violent picture on the ground for people and for families. This is what we see that's going on in Ohio right now. Over 30 bomb threats, a mass shooting threat, vandalism, harassment. And let me repeat that the Haitian community is under attack. Their physical lives are under attack because of MAGA extremists and elected officials who are supposed to represent the people, supposed to represent all Americans. But to them, every day they want to narrow what it means to be an American. But we, congressional Democrats, are here to stand with them in solidarity because we are all American. We are all what makes this country what it is. Right now, Haitian folks, not just in Ohio, but across the country, are living in fear. People in my district have reached out to me to say that they are also scared to send their kids to school. They're also scared to go out and be proud of their heritage because of these horrible threats. They're deeply fearful because of the lies that have been spread about their community. We're here to say that this is racism, this is bigotry, and it should be automatically disqualifying for any elected official to bring this up, especially on the national stage of a presidential debate. That's right. Today, alongside Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, Congresswoman Clark, and Sheriff McCormick, we brought together this resolution which we will see has a staggering number of Democrats stepping forward to say we condemn this hate. We stand with our Haitian American brothers, sisters, and siblings because they are here. They are humans. And it is by virtue of being alive that they deserve this love and this fierceful defense of this beautiful community. The Haitian community in Central Florida and across our country is strong, hardworking, and most of all, deserving of common human dignity, decency, and respect. Every single member of Congress in this body, regardless of party, should join in on this resolution. This is an opportunity for our Republican colleagues to step away from this hate, to step away from this bigotry, this white supremacist, neo-fascism, Christian nationalist view that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have for this country, because we stand for humanity. We stand for all people. Thank you. And with that, I turn it over to the legendary and iconic Congresswoman Barbara Lee.
Well, thank you so much. And let me just say to Congresswoman Shirflis McCormick, thank you so much for your leadership, and to all of the co-chairs of the Haiti Task Force. You know, I was one of the founders of the Haiti Task Force in the day, and I just want to say to all of you how you are keeping it going on so many fronts as it relates to Haiti and Haitian Americans. And so it's awesome that every step of the way the Haiti Task Force now is on it in terms of justice and freedom and dignity for our Haitian Americans, as well as the Haitian immigrant community, as well as Haiti. So thank you all very much. You know, it's really a shame and disgrace that we must stand here to denounce hate, because that's what this is about. Why we're here today? We're here today because Donald Trump, first of all, he caused immense harm to immigrants as president. And now he and J.D. Vance are causing immense harm specifically to Haitians and, yes, to black people in general. That's right. We can't let hate and division be the policy of the United States of America. We're better than that. And let me be clear. All the claims that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, as you have heard over and over again, have spread, those claims have been proven to be false. False. Vance has even gone so far as to admit he lies. Admitted it. That's what they do. That's the oldest trick in the book. Lie, 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 to sow fear, to sow hate, racism, and division. And hear me when I say this. We all know this, you know this. Hate speech leads to hate violence. Yes. Republican lies have resulted in the canceling of public events, in bomb threats, shutting down schools and parts of the city, even when state troopers have to guard students going to school. You remember those days? Some of us do. Yeah. I stand with my colleagues today in telling you that the immigrant community, the Haitian immigrant community, and the Haitian community in Springfield, Ohio, and all Haitians throughout the country, all immigrant communities, we see you, we hear you, and we feel your pain. And we will continue to stand up for your right to live with safety and dignity. Republicans and their extremist Project 2025 agenda, they want to go back, quite frankly, to mass deportations and family separations. We will not let them. Many Haitian immigrants are under temporary protective status, which offers temporary protections for eligible foreign nationals who are unable to return to their home country safely. This can be because violent conflict, or as many times as in the case from environmental disasters, where people lose their homes and livelihoods. This is America, and we welcome Haitian immigrants, and we welcome immigrants in general. Trump and Vance, they want to remove these protections for people simply looking for a better life. We can't let them do this. Now listen, I grew up in an immigrant community, and I represent thousands of immigrants in my district. So the issue has always been very personal to me, and I'm a black American. And I'm conclude with this once again. Hateful speech toward immigrants has no place in our country. And what is taking place now with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, every single Republican in this House needs to sign on to this resolution. Otherwise, they're complicit They're complicit with what is taking place, and this must stop. Thank you again very much for bringing us together.
We'll now like to welcome Congresswoman Frederica Wilson from Florida.
Hello, everyone. I am from Miami, Florida, and I represent the largest Haitian community in the nation. My next door neighbors are Haitians. The people across the street are Haitian. My son-in-law is Haitian. So you know that I am disturbed. The Haitian community calls me T-Chapa because I have represented them for 40 years. 40 years even before becoming an elected official. I have traveled to Haiti over a dozen times, settling situations, observing elections, and working with the government to repair the Constitution and the country and everything else after the earthquake. So my love for Haiti has caused me to march so much, to walk so much, that I don't even have soles on my shoes anymore. The leather is worn away. So I want to thank Congressman Sheffield McCormick for bringing us here today, and the members of the caucus, which I suppose I'm an honorary member of the caucus. But how insulting it is. It's insulting that both Trump and J.D. Vance would spew out baseless, hateful claims that Haitians eat cats. Now that includes my entire community. It's vile and it's despicable. There is no proof of anything he is saying. Trump and J.D. Vance know that, and they continue to parrot lies because they simply do not give a damn about immigrants or about black people in our country. These are children and families who are now receiving death threats. Because of these threats, this is wrong. This is wrong. And let me say this. If they talk bad about the Haitian community, let's take a moment to talk about Trump and J.D. Vance. You know, when I was a little girl, I'm a school principal too. Little children would do something that they call play the dozens. So let's play the dozens with them since they want to play the dozens with everyone else. Trump is a 4-time indicted, twice impeached sexual predator, former disgrace of a president. He is so overweight, when he steps on the scale says 1 at a time. He is a crybaby who whines about his crowd sizes and like to brag about his businesses. And though he went bankrupt multiple times, he doesn't want to give student loan forgiveness. And why are we showing this group of people eating dogs on TV? I'm upset with the talking heads who keep reporting this. And while his size hand is small, his policies are smaller, and his brain is smaller. And what about Epstein's list of visitors, which shows Trump's dozens of times? Why don't they talk about that? And you want to play the dozen, so let's play it, Mr. J.D. Vance. While he likes to have private time with coaches, if you want talking about something that's weird, he likes to dress like a woman. He wears dresses and dresses like a drag queen. And now is a hypocrite who tries to denigrate members of the LGBTQ community every chance he makes. So they're using personal denigrating attacks on groups of people trying to change the narrative. They want to control the news cycle, whether it's good news or bad news, from the disabled community, black community, immigrants. These are sick, crazy men, and they should not be anywhere near the Oval Office. And let us not forget, when we are dealing community, there's nothing but loving, kind, hardworking people, brilliant elected officials, one elected official here with us, lawyers, doctors, judges, college professors, even college presidents, teachers, nurses, scientists, in fact, and people at war. In 1779, the Battle of Savannah, Haitians sent an entire troop to fight in the American Revolutionary War as volunteers. These are patriots. Our nation should not have a bigot like Trump making decisions in the Oval Office. Instead of focusing on lies about Haitians, the media should be focused on Project 2025. Thank you for your time, and let's keep fighting for our Haitian brothers and sisters.
We are just listening in as members of Congress are speaking on Haitian migrant misinformation. We did want to jump over to a story that we brought you here within the past hour that we are keeping an eye on, as the House has voted to boost Secret Service for candidates. Here's what we know so far. The House of Representatives has passed a bipartisan bill increasing U.S. Secret Service protections for major presidential and vice presidential candidates after 2 foiled assassination attempts against former President Donald Trump. This passed with an overwhelming unanimous 405-0 vote, which is a rare show of bipartisanship in Congress. This legislation was introduced by Congressman Richie Torres, a Democrat of New York, and Mike Lawler, Republican of New York, in response to the July 13th shooting at a Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. And you can see on your screen there, that is where that took place. That's when 20-year-old gunman Thomas Matthew Crooks was able to open fire at the rally from a rooftop just outside the rally perimeter, killing 1 attendee and injuring Trump and 2 others. That's Crooks there right on your screen. Weeks later, United Secret Service agents arrested a man near Trump's West Palm Beach golf course who had been waiting for the ex-president during a game of golf on Sunday. Again, this passed by the Senate and signed into law by President Biden. If it is, the bill would mandate a comprehensive review of United States Secret Service protective standards and impose uniform standards for the security of presidents, vice presidents, and major White House candidates. Again, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we brought you this news within the past hour here. Secret Service protection bill has passed the House unanimously. After those 2 Trump assassination attempts, this bill did pass with significant bipartisan support. And again, the legislation was introduced after the July 13th shooting at a Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. We are going to continue to monitor this here for you on Live Now from Fox, as we have been leading up to the election, as we are just 40-something days away now at this point. Any new developments on this story, we will bring you here on Live Now. Let's go away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, more live events. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's head back to this live event in Washington, D.C. You can see Representative Ilhan Omar stepping up there. This is about Haitian migrants and misinformation. Let's turn up the sound and listen in.
And dangerous rhetoric that Trump and JD fans are trafficking. I know as an immigrant what it feels to have a light shined on your community that threatens your very existence as you come into a country seeking safety after you've survived a tremendous journey. I know what it means for the hopes and aspirations that you have in being welcomed into your new community be dashed. And so I deeply feel for our Haitian immigrants. These are people who have revived and breathed a new life into a community that was desperately seeking change. The kind of ways in which their new employers and their new neighbors describe them is what every immigrant, when they come to this country, wants to be described. That they are hardworking, that they are warm, that they are friendly, that they are excited to be part of this new community that they find themselves. Because ultimately that is what immigrants do, and we should know that as a nation of immigrants. We should know what it means for our country to have that renewed promise every single day of being a beacon of hope, of providing that opportunity, and for us to want to be seen by the world as such and not be seen through the lens of small men like Trump and JD Vance, who have so much insecurities that instead of uplifting people, that they want to put them down. So I am so proud to be in this body with colleagues who have the bravery, the courage, and the backbone to say, we are not going to allow in our name for our Haitian siblings to come into this country and face this derogatory, demeaning narrative. And I look forward to having the opportunity to actually visit with this community so that they physically know that we have their back. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Next we have Marjorie Innocent from the NAACP.
Good afternoon. My name is Marjorie Innocent, or Marjorie Innocent, and I represent the NAACP headquarters. I am very honored to be here today, and I'm very grateful to Congresswoman Shelfie McCormick and all of the members of Congress who are here, as we have heard, to say enough. The association is very clear that any position that aims to denigrate anyone, to belittle anyone, to make anyone feel less than, for the sole purpose of taking away their rights, of taking away opportunity, to take away safety for them, is not acceptable. It is very much part of what we will continue to fight for. And I can say on a very personal front that this is exceptionally discouraging, but yet at the same time strengthens my verve and my commitment to uphold what my parents taught me. As a first-generation American of Haitian immigrant parents, they taught me the value of decency, of fairness, of working hard, of treating everyone fairly, of showing up. What we are hearing about the Haitian community in Springfield is not true. It has already been debunked, as we have heard, but it is also very much designed to make them seem less than, fill in the blank, human at a minimum, but certainly not deserving of rights or protection or opportunity. That is something that at the association we will not support. It is something that my parents taught me very much to reject at all times through my personal interactions and through my professional ones. And I stand here in solidarity with everyone here to uplift the need to end this kind of rhetoric and to elevate who we are as a people, and really to lift up opportunity and safety for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. At this moment, we would like to welcome Jocelyn Makala, Senior Policy Advisor for the Haitian American Foundation for Democracy.
My name is Jocelyn Makala. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for the Haitian American Foundation for Democracy. It is an organization that is based in Miami, in Florida, but I operate out of New York City because the Haitian American Foundation for Democracy seeks to be a national organization representative of the best that Haitian Americans can offer to U.S. democracy. And we're here not only to fight for democracy in the United States, but also to fight for democracy in Haiti. You have heard quite a number of people right behind me and others well already left speak eloquently about the issues that we have faced, that Haitians in Springfield are facing. But it's not just Haitians in Springfield, Ohio that are facing it. The aim of this campaign to denigrate Haitians is very clear to me. It's a campaign to scare Haitians into inaction, because it's a campaign to ensure that Haitian Americans are not showing up at the polls to vote on November 5th, particularly in battleground states where they can make a difference. So let's be very clear about it. Let's be quite clear. I have been quite involved with protecting and defending Haitian immigrants and refugees for most of my life. I have worked across the aisle on both sides. I have worked with different administrations to work things out, so that the United States could be a much fairer country, a much better country, a country that bases itself on the agreements that it has secured under international law. I have never heard in all my life such vile hate-mongering coming from a presidential candidate for the president of the United States. This is absolutely unacceptable. As I said, the aim here is to make sure that we don't show up at the polls, but we are going to show up at the polls. They say, go back. We say, fight back.
That's right.
They say, go back. We say, vote on. They say, go back. We say, we shall overcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we would like to introduce Reverend Defort Flisson.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. My name is Reverend Defort Flisson. I bring you greetings from 150,000 Haitians from Massachusetts. I am so grateful to be here, and I want to thank my Congresswoman Presley and the Haiti caucus and all our elected officials and friends and allies for standing with us so strong in this situation. As you know, recent events in Springfield, Ohio have seen the Haitian immigrants community subjected to unfounded and derogatory claims. Such assertions not only lack credible evidence, but also serve to stigmatize and marginalize an already vulnerable group of people. We condemn these false allegations and stand in solidarity with the people in Springfield, Ohio, and we call on all Haitians and allies to stand together against the demagogues who exploit hateful rhetoric for political gain while ignoring the real challenges facing Haitian community, many of whom have no choice but to leave their beloved homeland in search of safety for themselves and their families. I'm sure that my Bible tells me to love your neighbor, but it doesn't say to love some neighbors. If the true Dr. King was here, he would say injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. He would say injustice to Haitian immigrants is a threat to justice to all immigrants.
We are just listening in there to members of Congress speaking on Haitian migrant misinformation. This comes after the small Ohio city of Springfield has been inundated with bomb threats since last week's presidential debate, when former President Donald Trump falsely accused members of Springfield's Haitian community of abducting and eating cats and dogs. Again, that has not been proven true. We are going to go away for a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. It's been great being with you. On the other side will be my colleague, Mike Page. Stay with us.
All right, everyone, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us worldwide on this Friday edition as we bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. Looking at the Dow, just turning green after the commercial break here. So it was a little bit flat for the day, down in the red, but up 20 points in the green right now, and we'll continue to look at it throughout the trading day, as always, on Live Now from Fox. Hi, everyone, Mike Pace here. Thanks again for joining us. I'll be with you for the next several hours, breaking down some of the day's biggest top stories, live feeds, and, of course, when those breaking news elements comes in, we've got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Keeping an eye, because at the top of the hour, we will have a Secret Service update regarding the first attempted assassination of Donald Trump back on July 13th, that Butler rally. This is where they're doing mic checks right now. The last time they did a Secret Service news briefing, it happened right on time. So it is slated for 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll be waiting on that. As soon as it does happen, we will bring it to you right here, as always, on Live Now from Fox, always worldwide here for you. So keeping an eye on that. Do you want to go out right now? Capitol Hill doing a hearing on the Venezuelan government as well as Maduro as president. And they are doing this joint hearing happening right now on the elections in Venezuela. Let's listen on Live Now from Fox.
Administration decided to change course and bring the Maduro regime back into the fold. From releasing a criminal and high-ranking Maduro ally to providing sanctions relief leading up to the stolen election, this administration paved the road on which Venezuelans and their rights were trampled by Nicolas Maduro. Evil flourishes in the absence of strength. Given the abject failure of this administration to maintain strength and diplomacy with both Cuba and Venezuela, my question is this: what is the administration planning to do or say about the malign Cuban influence in Venezuela that is helping Maduro in his refusal to accept the will of the Venezuelan people and terrorize those demanding respect for their vote? And I'll go with you, Ambassador Sullivan.
Thank you, Congressman. I would say that certainly we've all been horrified by the increasing repression we've seen in Venezuela, particularly since the electoral result. My colleagues have detailed some of the really disturbing aspects of that, including the targeting of minors in some cases. These are...
Yeah, you don't have to go back over the horrible things that have happened to consume time. Just tell me, first, let me just ask this. Is Maduro being helped by Cuba to stay in power?
Yes.
Okay, so what are we doing about that?
So you mentioned some of the reports and assessments that the U.S. government has done in the past on Cuban involvement in Venezuela. We have not seen recent specific information on that in terms of their involvement in recent days, but it's something we're continuing to monitor and can address when we have a clear case.
You're avoiding the question or the answer to the question. I mean, you're doing more research. Got it. You're digging more in to figure out their degree of involvement.
I'll be happy.
What are we doing to stop it?
I'll be happy to take your question back, and we'll provide you with additional information.
Okay. How has, again, to you, and I think your title it's Deputy Secretary, right?
Deputy Assistant Secretary.
Yes, Deputy Assistant Secretary. My apologies for that. How has the Maduro regime's, crackdown and corruption and all this pushed immigration into the United States?
Well, Maduro's misrule over the last several years